way down.
Yeah,
Yep.
please, and that'll be it. Okay.
It's 9 o'clock, please join us for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Cancel the meeting, just go watch the movie instead.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Good thing there's not a game on, right?
All right, first on the agenda is approval minutes of Monday, October 23rd is read. My second. Moved by Huguenin, seconded by McCreary. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. We'll roll into our miscellaneous motions. Move to authorize Director Chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for John Hudson, Sheriff's Office, part-time court security, new hire, pay grade 40-1, wage $20.96, effective 11/6/23.
I'll move.
Moved by McCreary. I'll second. Seconded by Knight. Any discussion?
The only thing here, I have no problem with the motion. Time court security, there's no, nothing in category 40 for that. Would maybe just.
I think I got it. I think I got it added
You
last
think
week,
it added?
yeah.
Okay, it's not on the current.
Well, I thought we got it added. We'll get that added. Sorry about that. I thought we had it added, sorry.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Next is move to authorize Director Chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Brian Sanders, Coffee County Lake Patrol new hire, pay grade 10-1, wage starting at $14.52, effective 11/6/23.
So move.
Oh, second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by Neats. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. The next one is move to authorize Director Chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Amber Seaton?
Yes.
Appraiser's Office full-time field appraiser, new hire, pay grade 35-1, wage of $19.48, effective 11/13/23. I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCreary. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. And here's the lengthy one. Wayne, do we have to state this whole page, or do we just state the name and this thing's like 332 feet, 0.2 tenths, blah, blah, blah?
Probably read the whole thing. You want me to read it?
Okay, now I'll read it. Next one, move to, upon the request of Coffee County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize Director Chairman to sign real estate mortgage release acknowledging satisfaction of full debt secured by Ashley V. Starr and Christopher J. Starr, a tract of land between a point 332 and 2/10 feet south of the northwest corner of the southwest quarter of Section 26, Township 21, Range 15, east of 6th p.m. Terrence Run
I assume that's supposed to be east.
east, yeah, maybe east, 186.7 feet, south 80 feet, west 186.7 feet, north 80 feet, to the place of beginning. Expect right away of South 4th Street in the city of Burlington, Coffee County, Kansas. The volume and page of the mortgage is recorded as book volume M300, page 159 through 160 of the records of the Register of Deeds for Coffee County, Kansas.
Also move. I'll second that.
Moved by Hugutin, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Now we gotta do public hearing. Okay. Move to enter into public hearing at 9:05 for the purpose of hearing and answering any objections of taxpayers relating to the city of Burlington, Evergy Metro, Inc. Bond approval.
Also move.
Moved by Hugutin, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Any comments or objections from the public?
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to just do a brief introduction?
Sure.
That'd be good. First off, my thanks for letting us be here this morning. My name is Ryan Bierke. I'm with the law firm of Chapman & Cutler. The firm is based in Chicago, but I'm out of the Salt Lake office. It's been my first time out in this area, so it's been quite interesting to be here driving through. It was a beautiful drive this morning. I'm here with Jeff Lay and Jim Rudine. Jeff is both with the company and Jim's out at the plant. What we have before you today is that the city of Burlington has been asked to issue some revenue refunding bonds on behalf of the company to refinance certain pollution control facilities that were installed at the plant quite a few years ago. So they're just, if you think about it like your house when you go out and you refund your mortgage, that's what they're doing here. They're refunding the mortgage, they're issuing some new bonds, they're taking it out a little bit longer to keep those facilities in place. They do this through the city because it helps them take advantage of certain tax-exempt rules that the IRS has in place. Part of those rules require that they get the approval of the city, and because the facility is outside of the city within the county's boundaries, the IRS requires the county to have a public hearing as well as the city. Then under Kansas statutes, the county is required to approve the issuance of the bonds by the city. Now that approval does not place any obligation on the county. They're not the county's bonds. It does not go against your debt capacity, anything like that. It also does not go against the debt of the city. These are what are called conduit bonds, where the city just issues the bonds, but the company is responsible for the payment, so it doesn't go on the debt of the city. And it's made clear in all of the documents that neither the city, the county, or any other political subdivision of the state is responsible for the payment of the bonds, and that no taxes can be used for the payment of the bonds, only the payments made by the company. So those are kind of the highlights here. The reason why, again, for the public hearing is to satisfy certain tax rules, and then after the public hearing we have before you a resolution which is to give your approval both under the tax rules and under Kansas statutes. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. We went through that pretty quickly, but if you do have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We were forwarded a copy of what you just stated. I read it 3 times over the weekend, so I'm pretty sure I understand it fully. So sounds like it's just what you described it as, just kind of a refinance. So.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, is just refinancing. And again, the key is that you're not obligated, and the city's not obligated on this bond, and it doesn't count against any of your debt incurring capacity.
Yeah, I read it 2 or 3 times, Tom. I'm not sure I understood. I'm sure Wade's
How often do they have to do the refinancing, for lack of better terminology?
We're actually refinancing bonds that were issued in 1993.
Okay.
So it doesn't come up very often. Sometimes they'll change some of the document provisions and not actually refinance the bonds, and that may happen a little bit more frequently. But this is an actual full refinancing, which, so we're at about 30 years at this point.
Okay.
There was mention in this document, 79,480, but they had broken down 40,039.8.
So they're kind of combining it into one, and this is only for This is only for Evergy Metro's portion of it, so there are a number of entities that hold pieces out there, and so it could be that at some point another owner out there comes through and asks, but at least for this portion, it was 1993. Any other questions for me or for the company?
And that was gonna be one of the, although the resolution will be up to the board to decide, the figures, the $79,480 million is the figures we're talking about, just so it's
Yeah.
out in the open. And what does that, for lack of better wording, what does that tour apply to?
So what that will do is they'll take that 79 million, they'll take it and they'll pay off those 1993 bonds and then extend. Again, it's similar to your, if you had a mortgage and you
Basically, a
refinance,
balloon payment.
you take it and you pay off your old loan and you now have the new loan. And so that's similar to what they're doing here. Any other questions? And with that, I guess, if
Thank you, Ron.
we can continue with the public hearing. Thank you so much again for having us today.
Any comments or objections from the public? No would be the answer to that. Move to close the public hearing at 9:11 a.m. and resume our regular session.
Also move.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by Houston. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. Sorry, I've got a buzzing in my ear and it's irritating. Okay, resolution. Move to approve resolution number 2023-919, resolution approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the city of Burlington, Kansas, for the benefit of Evergy Metro, Inc.
So move.
How's it? Go ahead, Steve.
Moved by Huguenin, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Do these two motions? Well, I already did Seton. Already did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're.
Okay.
I did this one, and fill the pressure. Oh, the technology one. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. Next miscellaneous motion is move on recommendation of Brad Schrabmeyer, the IT director, to approve the purchase of 100 Dell Opalex 7010 computers in the total amount of $97,970.00 with no shipping charges from Barbarian USA Inc. Funding of the purchase will come from the 2023 County General Fund, Technology Training and Equipment line item.
So moved.
Moved by Meeks,
Second.
seconded by Huguenin. Any discussion?
Just so everybody, reminder, he was in here 2, 3, 4 weeks ago and said he was going out for bids for this, and it was in his, basically, capital outlay, so. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. And the final, move to authorize the appraiser to advertise and hire one full-time field appraiser, no new position being created.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Hughes and seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. Oh, there was a motion in there for them too. All right, didn't it? Yeah. They just hired a field appraiser.
Well, they did, but, she declined, she got a better offer from an employer. This is, okay, field appraiser.
That's what I'm wondering, yeah, I wonder if this isn't an old advertising, because she just hired them.
Hold on just a second.
She got those two motions in late, so.
Sorry, it's supposed to be appraisal specialist.
Appraisal appraiser specialist.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Appraisal specialist. Okay, so,
Revise that real quick.
You send that or something, I don't know what you can do.
If you guys are okay with just modifying it.
I'm fine with modifying
I am.
the motion.
Okay.
We're not changing really anything other than the time.
I don't, yeah.
Did we vote on that? We did, didn't we? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody's correct with that.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's all of that. KP&F, Paige Ashley?
Yeah, I know, that's him. It should ask.
Would you like us to shut the blinds?
Here. If you guys can see the television, just fine, I'm really fine.
I think you don't come up here to allow you, and I said allow.
Yes.
There you go.
Fingers crossed. There we go. Okay. It's all bigger again.
Sure.
Full screen, go full screen. There you go. All right, well, you guys ready for KP&F again? This is the second time I've been here. So, well, Sheriff Johnson first my name's Paige Ashley, by the way. I am with Capers. Sheriff Johnson first contacted Capers because he would like to move his officers from the Capers pension system to the KP&F, which is Kansas Police and Fire pension system. Why would he like to do this? Well, basically, he'd like to do this because for his department, like all police and sheriff departments across the state of Kansas, hiring and retaining quality staff is getting harder and harder and harder. And with the growing list of state and local agencies throughout this area offering KP&F, it will make the already daunting task of hiring qualified applicants even more difficult if KP&F benefits are not offered in Coffee County. In order to obtain and keep good officers within the Coffee County Sheriff's Department, the county must affiliate to this pension system. Therefore, offering KP&F to the Sheriff's Department of Coffee County must be voted and approved by you, the County Commission. Therefore, Sheriff Johnson originally invited Capers out to present this affiliation request to you and to answer any questions you may have that he may not have been able to answer. As we know, that original presentation got cut just a little short. I think we had like 5 minutes, and it was like power presentation. So this time, I have a little bit more detailed presentation for you to follow, and I'm back at your request. And I'm here really, I'm not to sell KP&F. I'm not here to sell the pension system at all. I'm only here to further explain it so that when you do vote, you can make an informed decision. So in my experience, I feel any time we want to learn about the plan within the Capers or KP&F pension system, it is best to first understand how Capers works as a whole. The Capers pension system basically is a 401A defined benefit plan. So what does that mean? That means, I'm a little bit nervous today, and I am never nervous when I present, so I apologize for that. I'm used to standing up in front of all kinds of people and doing this, so I apologize for that.
We're pretty ugly.
What?
We're pretty ugly.
I don't know, but my heart is just beating, my knees are pounding and everything else, so.
Too much coffee.
Not enough. Hang on just a second, you guys don't mind me sitting for just a second.
You want a tea?
No, I'm fine, I just, I'm not nervous really, I've got a heart problem, and so it's just kind of kicking in right now.
Oh.
So I apologize
You
for
can
that.
take your screen, you can take your laptop.
Would that be all
sit
right?
there.
Okay, thank you.
You want us to get the laptop for you?
No, I've got my laptop, I can get it, thank you. Sorry, guys.
It's all right. I'd much rather you be sitting than falling.
Yes, exactly, that would be great. I'm sorry, guys, just a second.
You're fine.
No problem.
You take all the time you need.
That's right.
Well, anyway, KPERS is a 401A defined benefit plan. What does that mean to you guys? It's different than a 401A personal retirement plan in that this is guaranteed by state law that when members, if they're vested in the retirement system, they are guaranteed a pension benefit for the rest of their life, and the benefit is not dependent on a formula, nor on contributions or on market performance or anything like that. Under the KPERS plan, so basically the Kansas legislature created KPERS in 1962 because they wanted to secure a financial future for people that spent their careers in public service. Under that KPERS umbrella is KPERS itself, the Kansas Police and Fire system, as well as judges. The KP&F retirement system began in 1966. I believe that your agency became a member, you get affiliated for KPERS in 1971, and you currently have 163 active members. Under that KPERS umbrella, of course, we have those three separate plans. Not only are these plans governed by the IRS, but also by the state legislature. The state of Kansas began offering the Kansas Police and Fire Retirement System in 1966. The KP&F plan was designed specifically to meet the needs of law enforcement, firefighters, and EMTs. Because of the nature of their work, people in these occupations are exposed to risks and dangers other occupations are not. Some of these risks include physical injuries from the weight and strain of equipment that they are required to carry, duty-related injuries and disease exposure of all types, and the emotional trauma of events police officers face in their careers. Because of these types of risks and physical requirements of their jobs, people in these occupations frequently leave police work at a younger age. The average life expectancy of a police officer is actually 20 years, less than their civilian counterparts. So from 1962 until 2009, KPERS had only one tier level, where its members could retire at a younger age. At age 62 or even younger if your age and your years of service equaled 85 points. So many KPERS 1 members could retire in their early 50s if they wanted to. That's not true anymore. With the advent of KPERS 2 and KPERS 3 program, the retirement age increased to age 65. And with KPERS 3, it is no longer calculated like a pension benefit, but more like an annuity, so that retirement benefits are less desirable than that of KPERS 1 or KPERS 2 member. So somebody choosing a career in law enforcement today will gravitate towards those agencies that offer KP&F because it is a much better pension system than KPERS is. In total, 122 Kansas agencies across the state of Kansas, and about 8,000 actually active members are in our KP&F system. And it's continuing to grow. So basically, the two largest of those regions are in Wichita and the Kansas City metro areas, illustrating a difficulty in locating, recruiting, and hiring new employees in the surrounding areas. Currently, our employers are Kansas Highway Patrol, Kansas Bureau of Investigation, the Board of Regents, institutions of any state colleges. They can have a KP&F system. And, of course, any affiliated county, city, or other political subdivisions by the state. Not all counties are KP&F. Not all cities are KP&F. You must affiliate for it. So, again, why are police officers and firefighters seeking an agency with KP&F? Or seeking, to affiliate with KP&F? Because it is such a much better plan. It is such a much better plan because basically, because it is a much better plan, you can hire and retain quality staff. They're looking for KP&F employers. They're not looking for a KPERS employer. There's less training costs for your agency because once you get them hired, you get them trained. They're no longer then leaving for a KP&F employer. And it offers better financial protection for the member and the family. The reason why they're leaving for KP&F employers is because there is much better financial protection and for the families more than just for themselves. Of course, an agency must affiliate for each type of retirement system. You had to affiliate for KPERS, and if you want to affiliate for KP&F, you're going to have to affiliate for that as well. The next affiliation date is January 1 of 2024. Affiliation is irrevocable, though. If you decide to move from KPERS, is irrevocable. You can't move out of KPERS if you wanted to. If you choose to move over to KP&F, you can't. It is revocable. You can't move out of that either. Membership in each type of retirement system is dependent on the job description, though. And so you have to be a member in the KP&F system in order to do that. So basically, who are they? Basically, there are police officers and our firefighters and our EMTs. They are the only ones that can be in a KP&F covered position. Your agency can affiliate for one or both. Some agencies, even if they have a fire department, they just choose maybe the police department. Some agencies don't choose the police department or just choose firefighters if they want to. So basically, not everybody, if you move over into KP&F, not everybody that works for the Sheriff's Department will move over. They have to fit into a definition. So basically, they have to be, the ones that carry the gun. The principal duties are the engagement in the enforcement of law, in the maintenance of order, and they have to complete the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center. Just because you might have gone ahead and graduated from the Law Enforcement Training Center doesn't necessarily mean you can move over to KP&F. You do have to be in the Sheriff's County Department, going out, patrolling the streets, things like that. When you do move over, though, membership is mandatory. If somebody might have a lot of capers under their belt and they move over to KP&F, if they fall into that definition of what is a KP&F officer, they have to move over. Membership is mandatory. Every Tier 2 members, we used to have a Tier 1 program. Now we have a Tier 2 program like that. The difference, though, is vesting is 15 years. So basically, by moving over to KP&F, we're asking members if they want to retire from the KP&F retirement system, they have to have at least 15 years under their belt under the KP&F system. Their contributions are going to increase from 6% to 7.15% if they move over, and I believe they're fine with that. The employer, of course, you all are well aware that you're contributing into capers right now. That's going to go up to about 10% when 2021 rolls around. For KP&F, though, that increases about 23%. The money that you contribute does not go into the members' personal accounts. It is not a matching fund or anything like that. That goes into our trust fund, and that trust fund is there to help pay for disability benefits, death benefits, and retirement benefits for the officers. And I know this is going to be just a little bit hard to see, and I did not have an example of how much your county actually puts in for the officers that you currently have, so I just used an example. What did I put in there? $200,000 a year, let's say. That's what you were spending. That's what you pay for gross pay for your officers. And so basically, the difference between what you're paying into capers right now and what you're paying into capers really ends up only being about $25,000 a year. I broke it down for about 5 years ago because the rates do fluctuate. But it seems like on an average basis, it doesn't fluctuate that much. And it typically kind of rounds out averages to about $25,000, which is about an additional $2,000 a month if you move over from capers to KP&F, just for your officers. So why do they want to move over to KP&F? Why are they choosing to go to work for an agency that has KP&F as opposed to those that have capers? Well, because KP&F has enhanced disability benefits, death benefits, as well as retirement benefits. It is a much better plan. If I could be in KP&F, I would gladly give up a 7.15% instead of my 6% to go into that. But they should have this. It is just, they have jobs that are much more dangerous than ours. So what is the disability benefits that they have right now? Right now, if they would go on disability and the paper, there's a 180-day waiting period for them to do that, and it's only occupational for 2 years. That's papers. If they move over to KP&F, it's occupational for the rest of their lives. If they should get injured or they're sick right now, then with KP&F, if they would go into that, it starts immediately, and they can stay in our disability program until they are eligible for full retirement benefits. So basically, just to give an example, I had an officer come up to me, and he was going to have surgery on his shooting hand. And he was asking me about the disability program. He wasn't sure whether or not he was going to be able to shoot a gun anymore after he had surgery on it. If he finds out that he couldn't come back to police work with that, he can be in our disability program. He can still earn service credit, years and years and years of service, to build his retirement benefit with that. Go back to work in a capers position or any other job he wants to, earning a full salary, receiving a disability benefit because he can't do the job that he wanted to do, and still increase his retirement. Retirement for that. So that's just a great disability program in there. It's occupational for the rest of their lives. They also have much better death benefits, and this is what really worries me a lot about them. I think I'm a little bit more worried about making sure that our officers are covered under great death benefits, I think, sometimes than others are. But with the death benefits right now, under KPERS, they're only covered at 1.5 times their current salary. With that, if they should happen, it doesn't matter how they pass away, whether it's in the line of duty or whether it's they just happen to fall off a ladder and break their neck at home, put up Christmas lights or something like that. Just 1.5 times their current salary, which you know probably isn't a whole lot of money. With KP&F, there's a service-connected death benefit. If they should happen to pass away in the line of duty, then their family is taken care of. Their spouse is going to receive a benefit for the rest of their lifetime. Their children will receive a benefit for their lifetime, not their lifetime, up until age 26, if they stay in college or if they go to some type of school or something like that. They don't have to report that money on the federal taxes. It's tax-free. If it happens to have a death benefit and it's non-service connected, then again, the family is taken care of. The children just aren't going to be covered under this plan. We also have a disability service connected. If they should happen to die because of some reason that was related to their disability that they received while being a police officer, the family, again, is going to be covered under that. So there's a lot more death benefit options for the members, and I do believe this is one of the great reasons why they want to move over to KP&F. Your agency right now offers optional group life insurance for all of your members. If you move over to KP&F, they can also affiliate for that. Affiliation will open up as soon as January 1 rolls around. The only difference is if a KP&F member wants to cover their spouse or their children, under KP&F, when they move over to KP&F and their OGLI, they will actually have to enroll themselves as well. And that's why we open up the open enrollment program for them. So here's probably the real reason why they want to become KP&F members is the retirement eligibility. So much younger. They can retire a whole lot younger, as early as age 50 with 25 years of service, 55 with 20 years, or 60 with 15. So they can go at age 60 if they're, at least if they're vested, but they can retire as early as age 50, again with 25 years of service, so we are asking for them to have a career in KP&F if they decide to move over to that. They can also retire earlier at age 50 as long as they have 20 years of service under their belt. It is a reduced benefit though, but it's only reduced by about 24%. If they would stay under KPERS and they wanted to retire early, at age 55, we'd reduce their benefit by 40%. If they were a KPERS 2 member, it'd be 60%. So the reduction factor here is a whole lot less. We calculate the benefit just a little bit differently also. We use statutory multipliers when we calculate benefits. So we look at final average salary and we look at their years of service. With the statutory multiplier for KPERS, it's 1.75% with or 1.85%. With KP&F, it goes up to 2.5%. Why do we use such a much higher statutory multiplier? Because everybody's contributing more. Because of that, they get a much better retirement benefit. Let's kind of compare them just a little bit. Under KPERS 1, if a member was making $80,000 for final average salary and they put in 20 years of service, under KPERS, their benefit would only be about $2,400. If they moved over to KP&F, same years of service, same final average salary, their benefit would be over $3,000. The difference of about $933 a month for the benefit. And for that, I would want to move over into KP&F. You might have a lot of officers right now that currently have a lot of years of service under KPERS. With that, they don't have to worry about that. If they get moved over to KP&F, no worries. We have something that we call portability, which basically allows them to add their years of service from KPERS and KP&F together in order to be vested in both plans. So if somebody right now is a young one, there's only maybe 1.5 years under KPERS right now, or KPERS 3. They know they're going to have to wait to 65 to retire. They move over to KP&F and they continue working under the KP&F system. After they have 5 years of service, doesn't matter under which system, they're going to be considered vested in KPERS. Or if they already move over and they have 18 years of service or 15 years of service right now under KPERS, and they move over to the KP&F, they're already considered vested under KP&F because we add those two together so they can be retired under both plans. So basically when that member gets ready to retire, they're going to have two pots of money they get to play with. They're going to have their KPERS benefit that we're going to calculate out under our CAPER system. They're going to have their KP&F benefit as well, that we're going to calculate out that under the years that they have under KP&F. And we're going to add those two together, and they're going to receive a combined retirement benefit. But because they're going to have two different pots of money, they can play with those two different ways. They can take a 50% partial lump sum out of one and take a maximum benefit out of another, decide how they want to use those two different pensions that they're going to receive. KP&F members, they have working after retirement rules as well, just like CAPERS members do. If a CAPERS member wants to go back to work in a CAPERS job or something like that, they've got to wait 6 months. If they're over 62 when they retire, they only have to wait 60 days to go back to work for a CAPERS employer. But with KP&F, it is only 30 days if they want to do that. It always seems like that anytime somebody retires under our CAPERS system, for some reason they always want to go back to work for a CAPERS employer. I just always say you can't throw a rock around Kansas without hitting a CAPERS employer. It's hard to find a job, it seems like, without finding a job within CAPERS. So a 30-day waiting period isn't so bad. They can always go back to work in KP&F if they want to, or a CAPERS job if they would like. That does begin with the retirement date, but they would not be making contributions into KP&F any longer because they are retirees. There's no restrictions if they go back to work for any non-CAPERS employer, though. The Kansas legislature just this year offered the DROP program to all of KP&F members, which is our Deferred Retirement Option Program, which basically essentially allows members to continue working and receive their monthly benefit as well. As far as CAPERS is concerned, they're retired, but they're going to continue on working in their KP&F position. They're going to be retired. You're still going to be contributing if they decide to do that, but they can continue to work for an additional 3, 4, or 5 years. We take the money that they would be earning each month in retirement, and we put it into what we call a DROP account, which basically they can save and save and save and save and save for 5 years, 3 years, or whatever. And then when they get ready to fully quit their job, quit employment, then they get that money paid back to them after it earns a little bit of interest. It goes into they get it paid to them. And so it's kind of like a nice retirement savings that they can do. Let's talk a little bit about plan stability, because I know some of you have some questions about that. Sometimes members worry whether their CAPERS and KP&F benefits will be there when they retire. CAPERS funding is in the news a lot. Sometimes in the news gets it right. And as you guys probably very well know, sometimes the news doesn't get things quite so correct. They get a little off kilter, but whatever you read or hear, it is not enough to make anyone doubt whether or not benefits are going to be here when we get ready to retire. The plan is stable. CAPERS has been pre-funded throughout a member's career. Right now we have about $20 billion in assets in our trust fund, which has more than doubled over the last 2 decades. CAPERS takes in about $1.5 billion in contributions each year. We pay out, though, about $2 billion in contributions, though. But actually what we take in is a little bit more enough to cover what goes out every year. The rest is dependent on how well our investments do. The system has continued to earn a long-term investment average of over 8%, a bit more than the 7% which is our target. So our CAPERS Trust Fund does typically very well. When I talked about that DROP program, the people that invest their money in the DROP program, they receive a 3% interest on the amount of money in that account if our trust fund does well. And I have looked historically in that because I thought, well, our trust fund can't be doing that well all the time. It seems like every year since the Kansas Highway Patrol has been in our DROP program, those members have been earning interest because our trust fund has been doing so well. It is overseen by a board of trustees. The money in the trust fund can't be touched or used for any reason. Right now in our trust fund, about 16% of that is our member contributions, 35% are employer contributions, and about 49% are investments. We have our own investment team. Members can't decide how they want to invest that money, but our investment team does very well in investing that money. We are a fiduciary. We are in charge of making sure that the money is always doing well. And I am very confident today that the new people coming into CAPERS or KP&F right now, they're going to know retirement like I'm going to know retirement when I get ready to go. According to our executive director, funding is on the right track. CAPERS is at 73.4% funded. That's up more than 17% since 2012. The difference between our trust fund assets and projected future benefits is the unfunded actuary liability, which currently sits at $9.6 billion. That is mainly from 2 recessions and Capers receiving less than the required employer contributions for actually more than 25 years. If you need to learn more about how our funding is doing, you can always go to our website at capers.org on our About Us system. There's great information from our executive director that you can find out lots of information about how that is doing. So let's talk a little bit about affiliation and how that works. Basically, if you decide to affiliate for this, it will be for future service only, which means that on January 1 of 2024, if you decide to do this, all members that are in the KP&F system will move over to KP&F. They will end date their Capers and move them over into KP&F. That does start on January 1 of 2024. I do have to have paperwork in my office by December 1st if you would like to have that happen this year. The member will be able to retire under both systems if that happens. And again, they'll be able to use both their accounts the best sooner and retire a little bit earlier. So what is that process? The governing body, that is you all must adopt a resolution to affiliate. And again, I have to have those documents in our office by December 1. I have some folders for you that have more information on it. I'll be glad to hand out to you. You can always contact myself or our colleague. We basically deal with affiliation at Capers, and we would be more than happy to answer any questions that you have a year before you decide to approve this system. So at this time, let me hand out my folders, and I'll answer any questions that you might have. Oh, thank you for allowing me to sit. It has not happened in a long, long time. Thank you. Yeah, and I have an extra one. Do you need it?
Wade, do you want it? You can have it.
Okay, sir. Anybody have any questions?
You know, your presentation here today actually is so much better, and I'm not trying to be critical of KP&F, but so much better than what the presentation we heard.
Oh, yeah, the last time I think we had 5 minutes, and it was like,
We had a couple of gentlemen here a month ago or so, too. I forget now just exactly. You know, the one illustration you had up there over a 5-year period, you know, the difference that the county's gonna pay, if we go to all 5 of those years, what we're paying was basically the same thing.
It's fluctuated a little. I can put
The
that back up.
illustration here, it moves up substantially every year. Which illustration is correct?
Okay, I just put together, hang on, let me find that. We're talking about.
It's over a 5-year period here on our current, what's that? The reason this is going up is because of 5 years. Salaries are greater, because the illustration you had 200,000 on salaries every year. So it probably would keep it.
Right, and I don't know how much salaries go up, things like that. I mean, I just use that amount in there. It's just a spreadsheet that basically I have. I'd be happy to send. I think I have sent it to.
No, it's an example.
Yeah, it's just an example, but I have sent it to Sheriff.
Other than this example, it's the same salary for 5 years.
Right, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
It kind of distorts the whole,
Yeah,
distorts the picture.
yeah, because you're gonna have increases.
But it is a
Here we got
spreadsheet, I'd be
increase.
happy to share. I'd be happy to do that if you want to play your numbers here. What I was just basically trying to show though is that what a lot of, I do talk to a lot of city councils and county commissioners, is that I think sometimes you forget that you see, oh my gosh, 23%, but you forget that you're already contributing into Capers as well. Capers is going up to about 10%. That you're paying in there. So, I mean, yes, I do realize it is a great increase to move over into KP&F. And a lot of times, but that's why I just wanted to show that you're forgetting sometimes that you're also paying into Capers right now.
Right, we've already got
So it's going to go
that.
up a little bit, yeah. And it doesn't fluctuate. Even though the Capers and KP&F systems fluctuate a little bit, not that great. I just kind of wanted to show that the amount of money each year roughly stays about the same of what you're paying into. That's right.
And then you said something about KP&F. Once you belong to KP&F, you can't get out of it. But by the same token, cannot back out of capers either, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's something that caused a little hesitation whenever it's a well, you know, it's not revocable, but I guess it can't be when you're talking about, you're setting up a person's retirement. I mean, once you go to that program, I can kind of understand how you really couldn't.
You're promising them when you hire somebody that they're gonna be able to retire under a KP&F program, and it is pre-funded throughout our careers, but yet there's also those unfunded liabilities and things like that. We have dealt with agencies that have privatized. In fact, I used to work for an agency I worked for the county in Shawnee County, and the agency I worked for privatized. And when that happened, that agency, they just couldn't just get out of capers. They had to provide a lot of money for that unfunded liability for those folks that they originally promised a capers pension benefit to. And so that is a lot of money for an agency even, if they decide to do that. So, but that's the reason why you cannot affiliate for it.
Does it follow the KP&F, does it fall underneath or there's no social security tax figured on it?
They would still have to pay into Social Security, because right now as an agency, you all pay into Social Security. You agreed at some point in time that your agency would contribute to Social Security, so those members that are KP&F, they would continue to contribute to Social Security. We have some agencies out there around the state of Kansas that do not, because at that time when they basically affiliated for KP&F, they weren't contributing into Social Security, and so at that time, it was a Social Security regulation. They didn't have to pay into Social Security, but anymore, if your agency is paying into Social Security, they have to continue.
One of the comments you made, and I don't mean to be asking all the questions, but
It's okay.
it may sound like I'm against it. And I think we need to evaluate, keep an open mind about this, because it's a brand new program. It's going to cost a little bit more money. But you said the retirement funds is not based on contributions. What's it based on then?
Oh, the retirement fund, we don't use it as a benefit calculation. So when a Capers 1 and a Capers 2 member and KP&F members, they get ready to retire, we look at their final average salary, and it does different how we figure the final average salary depending on what plan they're in and their years of service. So the more years you work, the more money you make, of course, the more your retirement benefit is going to be. With Capers 3 program right now, it's really kind of like an annuity. We do use the amount of money in the member's contribution account to calculate their benefit. And Capers 3 members are earning something called retirement credits, which basically means that that's based on their years of service and how much money they make as well. Their accounts grow 4% every year. My account grows 4% every year, but my account and the amount of money in my contribution account means absolutely nothing to me. Again, it's how much money I make, my final average salary, and my years of service. The same way with KP&F. And so it's built, because our pension is built on a benefit calculation and not on the amount of money in the contribution account.
Well, last week, we're sitting in the middle of 8 counties, got similar situations like we've got. 2 of them with KP&F, Franklin and Anderson County. All the rest of us are sitting to the west that are currently not offering it. And I did talk to every sheriff and or department deputy, except one. I never could get all of Greenwood County, anybody from there. So I made a lot of notes, and there's so many positives based on what KP&F would offer to our officers. And some of those comments by different sheriffs, and I know a lot of the sheriffs personally because involved with the veterans program that we're involved in, but we know our officers are available, got to make themselves available 24/7, so it's different than just a regular job. We fully realize that. The exposure to the risk, I don't think we realize the exposure that they're put at, with everything's happening in America these days on the shootings. I mean, we have no idea when they may come home and be a huge issue.
Well, anytime they walk into a house, they don't know what they're walking into. Anytime, not necessarily facing guns and things like that, but disease and all kinds of things. They're not, they're never really sure what they're walking into.
Explosions.
Touch some fentanyl or something.
Oh, yeah,
that you
yeah.
don't know you're touching, all different kinds of things.
Of the counties that currently don't have it, 3 of them had presented it to their commission in the last 4 years, and that's when, 5 years, and that's when it was turned down. But 3 of them are gonna go back and represent that to their commissioner here for 2025. So, and it looked like, a lot of it's a money issue, because some counties probably don't have the funding, because there is more cost, where, I don't want to misunderstand this, we've got the funding, we could do it, and so we're in better shape financially than what some of the counties are that wrap around us, but in talking to Anderson County and talking to Franklin County, it has been a plan that's been well accepted by the sheriff's office. I was a little bit concerned how the rest of the employees throughout the county, are not gonna be a piece of that. A little bit concerned of how it's gonna be accepted by them. And in talking to these 2 counties, they said there was some issues a little bit, but they were minimum. Can't say what I want to say. They were minimum to a point, but I know that was one of the concerns, trying to treat every employee as fair as we possibly can on the pay scale that we currently have and that we may add to it. So, like I said, I appreciate you coming down, and I don't mean to sound negative on everything, but I think there's a lot of questions, and you've explained a lot of them in the presentation, as well as answering some of the
Well, I wish I
questions.
could have stood up to do it, so I apologize. Hasn't happened in years.
That's no
so I-
problem.
That is not a problem.
Well, thank you. But,
I
no
know-
other questions or anything?
I don't have any questions, but I know it was after the last presentation, I think we had a open discussion on it. The sheriff was here, we all agreed not to do the buyout, or it was consensus at the time, maybe we all didn't agree at the same time, but to not do the buyout, but to let the sheriff start the KP&F so that he'd have a hiring tool. And I think hiring tools are important for any entity, anywhere. It doesn't have to be county, city, private entities as well. I mean, you have to offer that niche to get the people you want.
And I've done affiliations for the last 6 years for Capers. I have never been so busy in the last 2 years with KP&F.
So there's more counties and
Oh
more,
my gosh, yes,
looking
this
at it.
has been, I'm tired of it. Usually I have maybe 2 or 3 agencies, and they just call, and it seems like every day the phone is ringing that we've got some police department, sheriff's department, fire department that wants to move over to KP&F, because again, it's the hiring issue they're struggling.
but when I
We
talk,
need-
go ahead, Tom.
We need to pass a resolution adopting this.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a specific form and language, and I think KP&F actually has a document that they send out that I've seen.
Yeah, you just need to basically, once the agency or once your council passes it, votes on it, then I just need to have that piece of paper signed and notarized that you all did vote on this and it was passed. And then I need to have a copy of the meeting minutes in which it was passed. And that's basically it. And then the work goes in for the county clerk.
But again, this is only offered as full-time law, full-time fire.
They have to be in a covered position, so they have to be expected to work at least 1,000 hours a year. So it could be part-time if it was over 20, but typically you don't have that many.
Right.
But yes, it is, and like what I call considered a civilian, working for the department, they stay capers.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But Tom, your intention is full-time gun carrying law enforcement. It's the only one's gonna be able.
Full-time, certified law enforcement.
Right, that's,
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to, I'm sure I was right on that, I just wanted to state
But
that, so
keeper's
everybody.
definition, part-time employees don't fit the bill.
Right.
That's correct.
And if you don't have any retired capers, no, okay, yeah. So they'll all move over.
Actually, kind of a good example is when I talked to Jeff Coe, he's sheriff at Emporia. And he worked for the worked for the police department, the city of Emporia for a number of years, and police department's got KP&F. Sheriff's Department doesn't. And he said one of the strongest points for him, and he's gonna present it to his county commissioners next year. Almost too late to do it for this year, but he's gonna present it to the commission next year. Hopefully they will acknowledge it. He's short 11 jailers right now and short 2 officers. And if he had that in his sheriff's department, he's totally convinced that he could fill those positions easier than what he can when he's just under capers. So, you know, I've talked to a lot of these, like I said, I know quite a few of them, and had some good conversations with 4 or 5 of them, so.
They probably all said go for it, right?
Pardon?
I said they probably all said go for it, right?
Yeah, we don't have to mess with the resolution right now.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your presentation,
I don't have any other
Paige.
questions.
It was very informative and
Appreciate it very much.
Well, you're welcome, and just like I said before, I wish I would have, didn't sound too nervous, it's just my heart was just pumping in it.
right. As long as you're okay.
I'm good, yeah, I should be able to make it to my car, no, I'm teasing.
We could run you down to the health department if you need to
Well, I
check out.
know. I'm okay. It's always good to have like police officers and things like that close by if anything happens. So, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you letting me present again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got a public hearing scheduled for 10 o'clock that we're gonna have to, we got to do at 10 straight up. Mr. Sheriff, do you have any words of tell 10 towards this? You good? You spoke your piece? Now it's the turn for us to do our job, right?
Actually, I think we had some discussion after her last presentation with, she brought somebody else at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff come up,
Step out until we go.
I don't believe there'll be an issue. Like, to just roll over, not do the buyout. I think we all agreed to that.
And buying it out would be a lot of money.
Well, it was almost $1 million, 900 some thousand.
Yeah, it was a lot.
777.
7 some, yeah. All done.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Bobby.
Morning.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I know.
Alrighty.
Good looking jacket you got on there. Makes you look distinguished.
I'm no more distinguished.
I think it's probably just,
Supposed to be
except the
pink
pink
this
shirt.
year.
Yeah.
This will be the last time you see some pink until October of next year.
Yes,
And I don't have nothing wrong with pink either.
yes, sir.
I don't know anything pink, so that's why I wear my mask.
What calls?
See how they're, how it went.
I got the next two coming. So, they tried to hold on, so good old boy. Very good me a bunch of that stuff. I said, yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be okay.
Weekends are long.
Yeah. That's the way.
Take off on Thursday?
The doctor started, and I said,
I did too.
To avoid Monday, Friday, night,
it's too late, he had already cut it to it.
Saturday.
He said, I'm just gonna do it, I'll get it done.
Oh, yeah.
I said, go ahead.
Football game. 1, 6. Got to tell my granddaughter the game's over.
And you know, when you wait till you're older,
The game.
That came over your
teeth,
Harvey should have
fully
changed.
matured and growing.
The harvest is huge.
Yes, sir, it is.
It's not like the kids, they can just yank those things.
There were a lot of beans being cut. I don't know what percentage of our beans are cut. I'd say we're 90% down home. Maybe a little more. Wait after we enter into the public hearing, okay. Do what? Okay, all right. All right, it's 10 o'clock. Motion to enter into public hearing at 10 a.m. for the purpose of hearing and answering any objections of taxpayers related to the old Udo County property.
So moved.
Moved by Hugo, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Wade, you want to bring us up to speed
Sure.
before we go into public comments?
So, several weeks ago, and I don't remember the exact date, Mr. Avendroth presented to the board, or Mr. Skipper presented to the board, Mr. Avendroth, who was interested in purchasing what's commonly known as the Udo property, but more specifically, 224 South 4th Street within the city of Burlington. As everybody will recall, the county purchased that property from the prior owner, entered into an agreement with KP&F to remediate the gas tanks that were subsurface, and that occurred. The KP&F reimbursed the county for part of that, or not, through their program for that remediation efforts, and now the property's been sitting vacant on the county tax rolls as an exempt property. I think the idea was to remediate and then to sell the property at some point in time to get it back on the tax rolls. So, Bobby can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Avendroth, since he's here, contacted the county, expressed an interest in purchasing the property for what ended up being, I guess, a negotiated price here within an open meeting. That negotiated price, which would turn into a fixed price of $25,000. A notice of public hearing was issued in the Coffee County legal publication. That occurred on October 16th and October 26th, or 19th and 26th. As required by Coffee County Resolution 900, and today is the date, time, and place for if anybody has any public comments, if anybody has any objections or concerns related to that notice. That notice set forth all of the things that I indicated in detail, including that we identified the legal description of the property, as well as what covenants flow or follow through with the property, which include at the request of KP&F to deal with or address the property, as well as certain requirements to not build anything that would go below the ground, so to speak. So it's set forth a little more in detail and included in the prior deeds that flow with the property, and they go in perpetuity at this point. So does that give you a good summary? Okay.
Fills everybody in, I think.
Yeah. So I'm going to hand out what is a proposed resolution. It doesn't even have a resolution number related to what I just said. It's a 3-page document with So the document before you, it's the same language that's used when the county has resolved or sold county property recently, especially since Coffee County Resolution 2023-900 was enacted, and I'll just walk you through it if you're okay with that. Well, anybody have any questions so far?
Should we go ahead and, we'll do the resolution after the closing of the public hearing, right?
Yes,
So at this time, we could ask for public comment.
correct.
Okay. Any comments or objections from the public? Hearing no objections or comments from the public, we move to close the public hearing at 10:05 a.m. and resume the regular session.
So moved.
Moved by Higdon.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. We're back at our regular session. Wait. Back to you now.
So, walking through this resolution. Coffee County Resolution 2023-900 is what was enacted by this board earlier this year, and under, excuse me, KSA 19-211, that's the statute that it deals with and addresses the sale of property. The county chose to enact this resolution 2023-900 under subsection B, which gives the county, the Board of County Commissioners, to establish their own methodology for the disposal of any property, including real property. So that's what the county, this board is operating under. 19-101 is the statute that authorizes this board to transact, in this instance, selling and conveying the property, which is referenced within this particular proposed resolution. As I indicated earlier, the prior notice that occurred by motion 2 weeks ago, and that's referenced on the bottom of page 1, where the notice to the public for today's hearing and when it was published in the paper is indicated. Moving on to the top of page 2 of 3, references the authority under Resolution 900 of this board, and if this board makes that determination, that it's by majority vote. However, it does not have to be by majority vote. If you have a board of 5, it can be by 4 out of 5. So that if someone abstains or does not make agree with the others, then that will need to be modified to reflect the same. And then that it's in the best interest of the county to sell the property for a fixed price of $25,000 to Michael Abendroth of Burlington, Kansas, as the method of sale most beneficial to the county. Going into maybe the finer details. So one of the things that probably is a unique feature of this resolution is the county appraised value for 2022 was $9,600 for the land, $22,930 for the building, for a total of $32,530, and that's when it was commercial and industrial. And for 2023 is $9,600 for the land and $0 for the building, for a total of $9,600, which the reason why there's no building that got resolved, and it's a flat piece of property, and that can be referenced in quick reference ID R4623, which is within the county records. Now, as I indicated in bullet point number 2, the unique features of this property, and it has mainly to do with the KDHE side of it, that the covenants and restrictions of record run with the property, including that any grantee, their personal representative, heir, successor, and assigned shall comply with all terms and requirements of all agreements of KDHE, and that grantees and their personal representatives shall not construct, build, dig, or drill any basement, well, or other subsurface structure honor about the premises and shall not allow, permit, or acquiesce in such actions by any other party. So that's something that flows with the land and has to be a part of any agreement, any sale, whether it be to Mr. Avendroth or anybody else. Bullet point 3, the fixed price of $25,000 to Mr. Avendroth, and that's the method of sale most beneficial to the county, subject to the terms and conditions of the forth within a companion real estate agreement. That real estate agreement will be basically memorialize what's in this resolution, and obviously Mr. Avendroth will have the opportunity to review the same. That either cash or certified funds in the amount of $25,000 will be transmitted to or tendered to the county on or before Monday, December 4th, 2023 at 5 p.m. I picked that date and time because on our last transaction, which we'll deal with a little later today, we ran into some obstacles that didn't allow us to close as soon as we thought. So this would allow for the time in case it didn't happen. We needed that time. It allows for flexibility, but it can occur prior to that. That the chairman be authorized to sign all necessary documents, including those necessary for closing. Copy county land title is going to be the closing agent. That upon receipt of the necessary funds, that a warranty deed be signed by the chairman conveying the property of Mr. Avendroth, that the proceeds less the payment of the premium for title insurance be credited to the county general fund, and that this sale and disposition of property occurred in accordance with the resolution terms, again, 2023-900. So that's maybe a longer repetition of the resolution, but I think it's important that everybody, whether it be this board or the public, understand sort of everything that goes into the sale of property and the transparency the board is trying to bring forward through this process.
Okay, thank you, Wade, for explaining all that. Motion to approve resolution number 2023-920, resolution declaring that certain real estate owned by Coffee County is no longer usable for its intended purpose or cannot prudently be used for public purpose of the county, and authorizing sale of said property.
So moved.
Second that.
Moved by Hugutin, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion?
This resolution's got 920 in our minutes.
This is resolution
These are all
920.
900.
No, it reflects resolution 2023-900. Is the way we go about selling said property.
Sorry, I didn't
So,
catch it.
yeah, this resolution is 2023-920.
Now you're waiting.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
Still on board?
You want that in your personal name like you got it in here?
Okay. It's the only discussion I had, to make sure he was still game.
Let's put a building up.
All
Very good.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Avendroth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Get the building.
That's what we're looking for.
It'll
We
be a
certainly
nice
appreciate you
addition.
being a part of it, Mike, so good luck to you.
I'm glad you guys are receptive of it. I appreciate it.
You bet. Just always hoping for it. Clean it up, yeah. Maybe get something substantial on the tax roll. Worked out for both of us.
Land.
Okay. One last signature. We're falling behind.
Maybe we'll catch up.
We'll catch up. Road Bridge Superintendent Ryan Durst, you're up, sir.
I had some other stuff come up, so I'm gonna go over on time, so I don't know if you wanna, I see some other people here, so I can get on the backside of the schedule, if that would help.
That would be good. That would be good. We could flip over to Melissa with the Fuel Espresso.
Yeah, go ahead and take care of it. I think Stan's here too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Deal, so-
Stan, come on up, Melissa. We'll jump forward a little bit.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
I come to the commission today because when the state passed the law to sell beer on Sunday, I was not able to because I'm in the county. I have no city attached to me. And the commission needs to pass or re-amend the resolution so I can do that. And so that's what I'm here for today, is to get Sunday beer shells for my store at 75 and 35 on the county line.
She caught
Vita
up.
West.
She caught up with me one day while I was at lunch, and we visited about it, and said she had brought it. I think you'd said you'd brought it.
I had talked, when it first happened, when the law passed for the state of Kansas, I asked the county attorney. He said, nope, can't. So I said, okay. And in that time span, you guys did talk about it, but nothing apparently happened. And so this year, when I applied for my beer license again, I asked about it again, and Angie was going to look into it. Like I said, Jesse, I ran into him and said, hey, when can we do this? So that's why I'm here. I would like to, along with the rest of the county, be able to sell beer on Sundays.
And I said, get on the agenda, we'll get the ball rolling to see what we gotta do and how we can do it, if there's anything we can do. So here she is asking for, and like I say, I don't know anything about it, so.
Okay. At this point, unless you guys make a decision, I can't sell beer on Sundays. Even though the state of Kansas says yes, it's in that first resolution or stipulation through the county that says no, because it was left up to the cities, and I'm not in a city.
You're not in the city.
I literally come every year to Angie and get my beer license.
So Angie, did you have any research on this? Do you know where she's going?
Well,
What we gotta do?
we do, unless Wade can come up with something different on that, but, you guys would have to pass a resolution, and then it would have to be published, over the course of 2 weeks. And then it would not become effective earlier than 60 days following the date of its publication, and then,
Do we have to have a public hearing on that?
a petition requesting that the proposition be submitted for approval by the voters could happen, but I guess then if there would be any resistance, then it would have to go to a vote.
Protest
A protest
petition, and the city went through a similar process when they went to Sunday sales, so, and then you'd be able to establish the times, since you're going outside what the statute, which is the Kansas Liquor Control Act, says under Chapter 41, you have to establish what times, if you're going to have a timeline, when they're going to be open, when they have to be closed.
Like the noon to 8, which is standard, I think, on Sundays.
I think most of them 11 to 8, I think.
Yeah, and then it also talks about Sundays and holidays, and you have to figure out whether holidays were something you were
I know Easter is state you can't sell. I think that's the only one through the state that you cannot sell on.
And that's statewide.
See, that's statewide. That's statewide.
So,
It doesn't matter who you are, that's
It's
statewide.
just, okay.
Mhm.
so if it's something this board is interested in moving forward with, then it can be researched a little more in detail, then brought back up through the form of notice of public hearing, and because people have to have the opportunity to go out and get protest petitions
Right.
together if they want them.
Right.
It may not happen, but if you pass it without doing that, you're just setting it up to have it challenged and potentially overturned.
So are there Sunday beer sales in Farmington?
Mhm.
Yes.
I want to say most cities in this county sell beer on Sundays.
Pardon me?
Most cities in this county sell beer on
I was
Sundays.
gonna say, that's pretty,
Like I said, it was left up to the cities, and most cities said, yeah, go for it.
Okay, okay.
So, I won't say I'm the only one because there's across the street. But at this point, I'm the only one not selling beer on Sundays.
Okay. I kinda asked that question so everybody
Yep.
could hear that information.
And also, they're part of the CID too up there that is getting added sales tax that comes back to the
Yeah.
county.
Yeah.
Not that it's gonna add up to a whole lot, but over 20 or
Won't matter.
40 years,
Yeah.
it makes a little bit of difference.
but that puts you at a disadvantage.
It does, it really does, because everybody comes in, why don't you sell beer on Sundays? Well, I can't. The county says no, because I'm a county business and not a city business. And I have to run by your rules, and as much as I would love to, I know where the state come in and said yes, I couldn't. So, and I don't want to jeopardize my beer license to where I get it revoked because I'm doing something that is illegal at this point.
I think we need to change it.
I do
There's no
too.
reason we
And
shouldn't.
we do what we gotta do to change it and at a late, we're gonna have to have some time to get things in line and.
You say it has to be published.
Yes. I think it's 60 days.
So basically, a little after the first of the year. If
Hopefully
ev-
around the first of the year.
Yeah, if
hopefully.
nobody petitions it.
Like I say, I think we just get the ball rolling, that's what I told Melissa, come down, we'd try to get the ball rolling, do what we need to do to get her on Sunday beer sale.
Yeah.
The only word I've heard today is beer. Is all liquor,
All liquor.
so it includes all liquor, just
Yes.
not beer?
Yes.
But they just have,
Yeah, we just have the
You
beer.
just got beer.
We-
Yeah.
State of Kansas, you have to have an alleyway to sell liquor, and that would be remodeling my whole store to sell liquor. So it is just for me beer sales. So.
Don, the statute covers cereal malt beverage and alcoholic liquors, that's how they're defined under state law.
I kind of figured it, but it wasn't, beer's all things been used here.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the liquor, I won't say we'll never do, but at this point, that's not something we're interested in. I just want to be able to make money with the rest of the county.
Sure.
Very well.
So my understanding is before the city passed their resolution that authorized Sunday sales in the city of Burlington, New Strong had been live for years and years, so everybody would just drive to New Strong. Now the thing you need to think about here is where, both angles. The revenue is good in having everybody in the entire county have it applied across the board, but your other side of that is you will have people out who will say you're allowing people to go out and drive across the county to pick up alcohol, and potentially you're gonna have more DUIs, right? That's the thing you need to, because you need to have both sides of it.
What's the difference in Jacobs Creek people driving to Burlington?
I understand.
Yeah.
So that's the,
Yeah.
I don't think, and I've been asked this, it may be more of a city question, the correlation between more impaired driving cases since Sunday sales has gone live. I don't see anything myself, but I haven't done a deep dive into it. I just think you need to have both sides of the coin, and this needs to be brought up here so it's being objectively looked at from both sides.
Right.
That's
Doesn't
all.
sound like in this case, though, we've got all the cities already doing this, so I don't think that, that would be that
I
factor.
don't personally believe I'm gonna take away from the city sales. I just know those driving through, or, oh, hey, we just got back from the lake, we're gonna stop, pick this up, or go to the lake, stop, pick it up on our way to the lake. Cause that's where I'm in that proximity to those vacationers that would be more convenient for them and more sales because they're not gonna drive to the city of Lebo or the city of Waverly. I can't say Melbourne because I don't know if they have beer sales on Sunday or not, but in that aspect, that's what I'm
I
looking
don't
at.
think there's anything open in the city of Melbourne, but,
Yeah.
and along with beer sales goes ice sales and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
too, so.
and Linden, and I truly think that I'm going to take away from the city sales at all. I think I'm just gonna pick up those legs of people and that kind of activity.
Right.
Well, we will get started doing what we gotta do. Wade and Angie can, start with the publication. I don't know, we're not gonna be able to do that today, start publishing, because we're gonna, probably next week.
Something put together, you'll have to look at it, and then it'll have to be approved to go out for publication.
Right.
So do I need to be back here next week?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Stan. We're gonna go ahead and get you taken care of, sir.
Well, hopefully it won't take very long. As you know, we had a fire over at 507 South 6th Street in the spring, in which there was a fatality. In discussions with the remaining members of the family, they cannot agree on what to do, quote unquote, with that piece of property. So we put through a resolution, hired a contractor that will be willing and ready to start work as soon as the gas company disconnects the gas lines and meter that run to their damaged home that is totally unlivable and unrepairable. And I'm here today just to ask for the waiver of the landfill fees for the disposal of that particular piece of property that we're taking down.
Did you talk to Rhonda?
Yes,
Did you? She didn't want to, normally we get her.
I know. She decided she didn't want to do it, and the chief said he didn't want to do it, so I got to be here.
Well,
I don't think it has to be Rhonda anyway, does it?
We had a person come in last year, and it
Other
was,
than that, she's a director of that.
we had a person come in last year and basically asked the same thing, and they got directed to go back to the housing authority, or have Rhonda come up. That's the only reason I posed that question.
I think I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
We
said she'd
don't have a
rather
problem
not do
with
this.
it.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't think it makes any sense.
She wasn't in any big hurry to come here
Okay.
when the chief talked to her about it.
So we need to,
Make a motion to.
well, I guess what I'm leading up to is, it was basically stated at that time, if you will, that the rule is, you gotta go to the housing authority, talk to Rhonda, to have Rhonda come up and weigh the landfill fees. If we're allowing it for, and not because of who it is, it's because of what it is. So that means I can come up and say, hey, I'm getting ready to tear down this house, I wanna weigh the landfill fees.
Well, I think it's different for individuals versus the city.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, the city has, the way I look at it, the city has their own, I mean, we had the mayor of Lebo come in and ask to have the waive landfill fees for the trailer park.
Oh,
We
that's right.
approved that.
We did.
I mean, I can see individual
I forgot.
people having to go through the housing board, that way you don't have 25 people showing up here at a
But
time.
he represents the city.
But he's representing the city of Burlington,
Yeah.
is the way I look at
That's
it.
what I
And just like Lebo did, they come in.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm just
Because
trying to
Mayor-
be
I think
fair.
it's
Lebo
good
did
to
come
discuss.
in.
Well, that's all I'm trying to be too. is fair.
Right.
And through the housing authority too, there's also a form that, the public fills out, and then that's kind of part of the record, part of the process there, and part of that's looking at the taxes, make sure they're paid up on tax and stuff like that. So
I see.
probably it's a little
Okay.
different when you're dealing with the cities on that aspect of it, I would say.
I think it's good you brought it out, then discuss procedure basically.
Yeah.
Everybody on the same page?
Yes.
I guess motion to waive landfill fees for the city of Burlington Oh, does it? Angie's been typing, I didn't see it. Sorry about that. Motion to waive landfill fee for the city of Burlington for a burn structure located at 507 South Sixth Street, Burlington, Kansas.
I so move. Second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by Huguenin. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
All right, appreciate that, and it'll be gone in less than 30 days.
30 days.
Great,
Yep.
great.
That's what the contract says. We'll make sure of that.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that
What's that?
507 West Sixth? Is that right?
It's
Yeah,
on
507
South
South.
Sixth.
South
actually.
Sixth, okay.
So the agenda says.
I know,
Oh,
we
that's
did.
what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Take
got
out
it in.
typo.
Trying to figure out where that was.
S and W.
Yeah, we approved it, so I'm good? Okay. Thank you.
Unless you got something else?
No, I'm out of here. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that was quick.
Wow.
Yeah. Bam. Look at that. How much time do you need, Ryan?
40 minutes.
Okay, we'll get it. We'll jump to Amelia, Health Department. You're up, ma'am.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
How are you today?
We're just juggling the schedule around.
Okay, I'm here today for a potential vehicle purchase for the health department, along with some health department updates. So a little background on our vehicle. We currently have a Ford Edge. It has over 100,000 miles on it. It was purchased back in May of 2011, and it only seats 5. And I would like to get a vehicle that will seat 7 to 8.
And the reason for the seating of 7 or 8?
So we have several events that we go to every year. Example is our governor's conference, and that's out of town. So this will help keep employees from having to use either the carpool vehicles or their own personal vehicles. And then during flu season, there are times where we have to drive a personal vehicle and a company vehicle. So this is to kind of help prevent us from having to use our personal vehicles.
So you're replacing a vehicle, not adding a vehicle?
Replacing, that's correct.
So how many conferences have you went to?
Myself.
This year?
So I have been going to this leadership series, and that's a total of 4 trips. So the leadership series, the only thing that isn't covered is mileage from this conference, but they cover food and boarding.
How many people did you take with you?
It was just myself.
Yourself only?
Mhm.
But there'll be times when you need to
Yeah.
carry
So
something.
one of the main times would be during flu season, because we do have the drive-through flu clinic in other areas. So having a vehicle that's a little bit bigger will help us carry all of our supplies to those. And then also for whenever we have events like our Safe Sleep Community baby shower and stuff like that, we'll just use that vehicle. So we actually had to use 3 different vehicles just for that, to get supplies from here over to the facility that we were hosting the event. And it was within our budget for this year to purchase a vehicle through the health department, and I believe next year we have environmental health on the budget for a new vehicle.
Is there government assistance on buying the vehicle for this purpose, or do you know?
I don't know. I mean, with the grants that we have now, no, because they weren't specified in the grants whenever we applied.
So it's in your budget already, with
Yes.
your capital outlay, so to speak.
Mhm.
You say your old one is 2011?
That's correct. And we've ran into some issues with it, but, I mean,
Sure.
they were fixed.
No.
There's just like a 100+ degree day that the AC stopped working. That was some fun times.
Just roll the windows down.
Yeah, going down the interstate like that.
Yep. 275. 2
Yes.
windows down, 75 mile an hour. as long as the speed limit's 75.
Yeah.
I question how many times you're gonna load 6 people up from here, and everybody's gonna ride in one vehicle to a conference. Because everybody's gonna wanna go maybe do their own thing at the time, they're gonna want their own vehicle. So I find that like being an absolute reason to have, absolute negative reason to have a larger passenger vehicle. If you're needing something for carrying capacity, I think a person could find something much cheaper than an 8-person vehicle. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know what everybody else is saying. But, and then on the other hand, just because it's in the budget doesn't mean we need to spend it.
Absolutely.
On the other hand. So,
Would you like me to pull numbers, exact numbers on conference and how many times we would need to haul all of us?
as long as everybody rides in the same vehicle.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that's my thing. I mean, Billy's not gonna wanna ride with Susie, or Susie might not wanna ride with Kathy, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, and they might wanna go see their friend Allie when they're there, and they're not gonna be taking the vehicle. So I'm gonna say they're probably gonna drive themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they're probably gonna turn in mileage to get paid to drive themselves instead of riding in the company vehicle. So if you're gonna have the county vehicle for that purpose only, it's gonna be mandatory that they ride in the county vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
Or not get paid.
Or not get paid
That
mileage
would be
if they
my
wanna
thought.
drive themselves.
If they got a ride
So-
available, they shouldn't be collecting mileage for another vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
I mean, I can remember when I went to the conference in Kansas City, there was like 5 county pickups up there. Why?
Yeah.
We could have rented a bus, you know?
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's just my theory behind waste.
Okay.
And it, like I say, I'm only one of,
So replace it with a vehicle of equal size from what we have now?
I don't know.
I guess I wouldn't have an objection so long as there's not other people collecting mileage
Mhm.
when there's space for them to ride with you.
I think if you see it's mandatory, you know, that is, you are putting all of your eggs in one basket when you got everybody in the health department, or everybody in the sheriff's department, or everybody in the road department riding in a vehicle that's 10 deep. You're putting all your eggs in one basket. If you have an accident, you're gonna wipe out the whole crew. You know, so I mean, I do see advantages and disadvantages
Okay.
to not having everybody in one vehicle.
Right.
So,
I will say, I've seen the health department load up stuff to go somewhere sometimes where you do need more room.
Mhm.
So,
I'm totally
I
for
get,
that.
I get that
Yeah,
part.
Yes.
that part, yeah.
So, I'm not saying no, but I think you're saying that you need more room for when you gotta haul stuff or clinics or whatnot. That's too much. Justification.
I mean, I think,
Would you be trading, would this be a trade-in then, or?
Looking at a trade-in or
just-
selling our current vehicle through auction, the county auction.
and what is your current vehicle again?
We have a Ford Edge that's a 5-seater.
And they're not very big.
No, they're not.
No.
It's a small SUV.
So even if you had to pack something in it, there's room for about 2 people after that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's hardly no room in the back of
No,
it.
there's not.
Yeah, they're nice little vehicles.
You know, and if a person's looking at more storage, more area, you can buy a nice little enclosed single-wheel trailer that's gonna have all the storage you need for about $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, which is a lot cheaper than a $60,000 vehicle.
That's true if you're used to driving
Pulling the trailer.
But, yeah, that's just it on pulling a trailer, you're used to it, and yours is.
Now, an old farm girl like Angie, she can back a trailer, I've seen it. But my wife can't back a trailer to save her soul.
I'd rather,
Yeah,
my
I can't
personal,
speak for everybody in the health department, but I don't
I
think
guess
there's many of them
I
that
guess
can
I
back
prefer to
trailers.
stay away from the trailers myself.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just throwing that.
No, I know.
But yeah, no, I get that part too, but yeah.
Do we have any other vehicles out
I
there
know
that,
full-grown men that can't back a trailer, so.
do we have any other vehicles out there that would provide what she's asking for? You know, if she reserves it? I don't know how many vehicles we got out there that,
Well, we have the one newer Edge, isn't it? We have Edge the blue one, and then we have the Traverse, yeah.
Neither one of
It's
them.
an edge.
But we're still looking at the space issue with
Same
those,
size.
same size.
Yeah, the edge is pretty small.
Yeah.
The edge would,
But-
be.
I mean, downstairs,
Emergency.
emergency preparedness, or emergency department, they have two, forward expeditions, whatever they're called.
Mhm.
But
They do, and again, they haul a lot of,
If they're probably, are
They-
they committed?
And they haul all of our signage and cones and everything
gonna
for our
say-
drive-through flu clinics for us in the trailer.
so you guys work together quite a bit with
Yes,
that.
Yeah.
that's correct.
I don't have a problem with it.
Like I said, I don't wanna come off wrong, but, or harsh, but I was just like, I'm having a hard time justifying, I mean, even a step down loan is gonna be $60,000
Mhm.
of something, I would think.
Of course, I don't know what's like an edge or something costs now.
You're probably gonna be in the
40? I don't know.
probably,
Yeah, unless you step down and buy one 2 or 3 years old. I bet they discount them pretty quick.
yeah, you're looking at a used vehicle.
I really don't. Whatever y'all wanna do.
It's in our budget,
It's in
and
our
I see
budget.
them stack them vehicles.
They're
I do
full.
too.
Yeah, we
I do
use
too, yeah.
3 different vehicles for our safety summer splash bash and our community baby shower, and that was just within the last couple months. So 2 personal vehicles, a truck, my SUV, and then our Edge, and then we still had to make an additional trip.
Right.
So, I mean,
No, but
Earn flagpole, see who's.
we'll throw it out there. We'll throw it out there. Where we at? Move upon recommendation of the Health Department Administrator to authorize and solicit for bids one Chevrolet Suburban Ford Explorer Expedition. Can be base model, best price, base model, needs 2 rows, bench seats or bucket seats with 3rd row access. Looking to seat 7 to 8 passengers for the health department.
I so moved.
I'd second that.
Moved by Huguenin, seconded by Thompson. Any further discussion?
So will you come back with us, to us then with the options of whether you're gonna purchase or you're gonna trade, or I'm assuming,
mhm.
once you get some bids, is that
Yeah,
how
so
we proceed?
the way that I have it worded that I discussed with Angie is that sealed bids will be read aloud, well, submitted to the clerk's office and then read aloud on November 17th, and then I would like for
The two
traded,
options of whether we buy
yeah.
or trade.
How many miles does your vehicle have on it now?
102,000 and,
It's just broke in.
It's just, yeah, that's what, I mean, it's worth some money.
Yeah.
So that's some value.
Yeah, it still has some value.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
and then I do have some updates for the health department. So our DAISY interface with our electronic health record is successfully pulling data for our grant reporting. So this was, we had the additional, like this is all included in our initial EHR price. So we're actually getting to use these, which is exciting. And then the LabCorp interface, we're successfully using that, and it's sending patient results to our electronic health record. And then Kansas Web IZ is successfully working as well with our EHR. So the next thing that we'll be looking at implementing is our patient appointment reminders, and that's also already included in our EHR fee. So this will just send out text, emails, or phone call reminders of patient appointments. And then flu season, of course, is October 1st through March, the end of March, and we have administered a total of 156 high-dose flu vaccines. And then regular dose, we've administered 192. We do still have some supplies. So we are available to give those Monday through Friday by appointment only, except for Wednesdays, and they're walk-in Wednesdays, so they can just come in and walk in public. The Zoll AED units, We have distributed all but 5 of them. We're still waiting on a couple to come pick their units up. So I generated the monthly checklist for them to do, walked through that, how to do that. The warranty and registration, I walked through how to set that up to get the additional 2-year warranty on the AED unit, and then tutorial videos, and then there's also a trade-in program for that, so if they have an existing one that they're wanting to trade in. I know that there's a lot of entities within the county that have the Zoll AED Plus, and that's a $300 trade-in, so that will help them out tremendously. For the employee program, wellness program, this is Spirit Week, so Pink It Out Monday is today. Tomorrow is Dress Up as Another Employee for costumes for Halloween. And then Wednesday is Wild Wednesday, that's Animal Print. And then Thursday is Travel Attire. And then Friday is Tie-Dye Friday. For the employee wellness program, our Maintain No Gain starts weigh-in and fee starts October 30th through November 1st, and that's a $5 entry. Our Coffee County Employee Health Fair is tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The health department is offering blood pressure checks, biometric screening for $5, and then influenza vaccines, and this will all be located in the basement. And then we will also have chair massages as well. Summer Burke will be doing those. And then the health department will be attending the Coffee County Extension Fall Day, which is November 8th from 9 to 12. We will be offering lab draws starting at 8:30 a.m. and then we will do a 10-minute talk for the services that the health department offers. So we had a family planning site visit a couple weeks ago, and we will be receiving those audit results by Monday, December 11th, and there were a few things that we do need to make adjustments to. We need to, for our family planning grant, we do need to get some policies in place, and there are some required forms that we are needing to start taking instead of, instead of just getting the word of what the patients make, we're going to have to start obtaining actual documentation, whether it's pay stubs, state assistance, or whatnot, to be able to continue some of these services. So that's going to be a change coming within our health department. But we'll get the rest of those results by December 11th, and then we have 40 days after receiving those results to report back with an action plan. And then once we get that completed, I will have the maternal child health soft audit set up so we can make sure that we're doing all those processes correct as well. And then for grants, our injury prevention mini grant, so that's the one that we use to host our summer safety splash bash. I will be applying for that grant this week to put on another event for our community, hopefully this upcoming summer. And then once all applications are received, we'll be notified on when we will be granted those funds. Any questions?
I don't think. Sounds like you got a lot of things going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then, the workforce development grant that I applied for last month, I believe it was last month, we will be getting those results in December to notify how much we are going to be granted.
Do you have, I think you spoke of this before on COVID, do you offer the COVID shots? I know they're expensive, but do you offer them through the?
We currently do not offer the COVID vaccines or the RSV vaccines.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, so we've been actually directing our patients to pharmacies. So there's kind of a lot that is going on with those vaccines, with being able to get the supply. So we have to offer it for public and private because we're a VFC facility, and there's been some backlogs for the health departments on getting access to those vaccines.
I was just curious. I know that you had mentioned before that they were quite expensive now. I mean, that not all. I mean, they're not free anymore.
No, they're not free anymore, unfortunately. So, but we do run insurances for those, so if they have insurance, that will help.
Sure.
But we did have several patients call in requesting like the RSV vaccine,
Right.
and they didn't realize how much they were gonna have to pay out of pocket, so they were like, oh, well, we'll just wait.
So I was just curious.
So, yeah.
You mentioned quite expensive, what are you talking about? $100, or are you talking about two?
100 plus, I think.
A few hundred.
Few hundred?
Yes, that's correct. For the RSV, at least.
Yeah.
But I have been starting to gather policies and put policies and procedures together to hopefully, once it comes time and available for us to start offering those, we'll be prepared, and our staff will be educated on the process and monitor times and all that. Any other questions?
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, have a good rest of your week, guys.
You as well, too.
Thank you.
Good luck on the vehicle.
Anybody need a little quick break?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. We're gonna drag it out a little longer. We'll come back at, 11 o'clock. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. 9-minute break, I guess it is. Yeah, exactly. All right. Now that we've jumped around a lot, we'll do our 10:05 Road and Bridge Superintendent Brian Dirt.
RD.
All right. Congratulations on your son.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty big accomplishment.
Yeah, that was, quite a surprise.
Lebo had a good Friday, and K-State had a great Saturday, and Chiefs had a crappy Sunday.
Yeah, they definitely had that. I just watched bits and pieces of that game.
That's all you needed to watch.
Yeah, that was,
I'm curious,
what a waste.
what was your son's time?
His time was 16:29.
Wow. 16 something. Wow,
Yeah,
that's good.
on that course. It's a tough course.
Which course was it?
Up at Wamego.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah,
That was good.
he ran really, really well, so. All right, well, I got several things, and a few things that come up late last week, but didn't have any call-outs. I think you guys should have gotten landfill total, but solid waste for pre-dump week, we wound up with 103 tons. C&D, construction debris, a little over 50 tons, 5 tons of brush, and almost 16 tons of metal, and 11 appliances. So they were really busy out there. That's always a busy time of year. Let's see, road permits. We have 4 road permits. 2 of them. One's at 25th, links to Milo's for a water line crossing. There's one in Aliceville for a water line crossing. 14th, Garner to Fauna. Phillips 66 is doing some maintenance on their pipeline. And then bigger one here is MT Networks is doing some fiber expansion, I guess. This is part of some of the grants they got, and just putting in line to some houses. They're basically going off their existing feed between Waverly and Lebo and coming off that main feed to some of the houses. So that's something they'll be getting started along 50 and also running south on Fauna. It goes there. All right, next, and maybe I sent a packet up last week on this stream bank discussion. So basically, there's currently a few locations where stream bank erosion is starting to impact the integrity and safety of our roads. We already have one road that's currently closed, which is out here at Joe Rohr's, due to some of this. Looking at doing an evaluation on a few of these other spots and hoping to do some work to get that done. So I've been working with Blackstone Engineering a little bit on this. They've come down a couple different times. We've looked at some of this stuff, and so basically this is just a proposal to allow them to do a little more work to help us go in the direction of maybe getting some of these spots fixed. You know, basically there's 3 locations. One out here at Joe Rohr's, and then Planter Lane 5 to 6, which is northwest of Leroy there a few miles. And south of Leroy, Easterville's a big one, at Easterville. There's a big one down there, so that would be the 3 spots. Basically, this agreement's just gonna allow them to go in and, do some surveying, get some of the topographic stuff done, and, develop some basic sets of plans for moving forward. They won't be like construction plans for repair, but, and then once this is done, there will be some permitting involved in at least one of those spots. I don't think it's gonna be required on all 3, due to the size is kind of the determining factor there. But
Do they have an estimate of what the cost might be?
as far as so this agreement, is estimated to be, $10,600. Spelled out in there. And they kind of got a breakout, very last sheet, I think, on the estimates. The second to last sheet on where those costs are coming from. So, looks like design on the basic plans is going to be about $7,000, and then $3,000 on the field work.
Some of these turn out to be sizable projects.
I'm anticipating this is going to be work that we're going to do, the county will do ourselves. We've already got the material. We've got a lot of rock already that we've been acquiring for these projects. I don't see that it's going to be something that we're going to have to contract out as of right now, unless the one down at Easterville is the one that's a little. I don't know what that's going to entail there, because like I say, it's pretty substantial area there. We've got the material to do what we need there, so. You know, at the end of this, I'll have a little more of an idea. I know at least 2 of them spots we'll be able to do ourselves. The third one, more than likely, we will do the work ourselves.
Okay, so basically you just need this agreement with Blackstone so that you can get permit from the state.
Well, that'll be the end goal, but we'll have our basic repair work that we're going to do, and then that would be part of what we would have to go in. We will have to acquire the permits. That's something above and beyond this contract here, but we will have to have that design, the basic design of what we're going to do there to go along with those permits.
Correct.
Is my understanding.
For the approval?
Yes.
State level?
Yes. Yes.
Now, how do you look at that Easterville? It's already been moved back 2 or 3 times since 1950.
Yeah.
50 flood. You know, if you put a lot of debris or a lot of rock or whatever you're going to put there, if you don't go around that corner to the east, probably 50 or 100 yards, that Easterville is going to erode much, much quicker.
Yeah.
Because you're coming off of what's protected, then all of a sudden you're walking in.
Well, it stays pretty protected there until it gets to that crossroad culvert, and then once you get past that coming south, then there's one major spot right there close, and then there's about a quarter mile of stuff down through there that's definitely over the last 5 years, you know, from the 2019 flood to now. You can get on Google Earth and look, you know, how much tree loss and stuff there's been along there. So it's pretty major. You know, I've looked into grants and funding available for some of this work, and there's not. If it was on the other side of John Redmond, you know, they're concerned about the silt coming into John Redmond, so there's funding available there. But once you get on the backside of Redmond, there's no funding. I mean, it's very, very minimal for very, very small stuff for farmers, and there's nothing I could find available to us on that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think on that, we could probably do a good job of saving some. But further south, it's gonna eat in and make it, you know, erode out a lot quicker.
Right.
I don't know what the answer is to it.
Well, that's the other option, not do anything, and we'll continue to move the road every so many years. It just seems like if there's something we can do to stop this and fix it, that's what we should do, not have
Probably been
to
20
constantly
years.
be dealing
Probably
with
been
it.
20 years since that one's been moved back. Takes quite a while.
Straighten out the channel.
Or
Straighten out the river channel. Just go straight.
Yeah, then it'd speed up for everybody on down through.
Yeah.
There's always an added effect when you start messing with water.
that's when you solve one issue.
Create 5 others.
Yeah.
So, anyway, along with that, I mean, I've got a motion, if you guys are okay with that, it'll basically just direct me to go ahead and sign this agreement, and continue to move forward with that. Blackstone Engineering, they're the ones that we deal with for our landfill stuff, and that's they're kind of specialized in some of the spring bank stabilization stuff too. That's why, even with talking with Saban, we decided that was the best route to have them look into some of that for us.
And did I understand from visiting with you before, Ryan, that now would they help engineer, say you need a little pier or whatever out in there to control those currents?
So I think that's
I mean,
that's what we will wind up with the set of plans we get back. So basically that's just gonna give us an idea of what sort of work we're gonna, they're not gonna be to detail, the
Right.
exact grades and this and that, but that'll give us an idea of what work needs to take place.
Dealing with.
And we can evaluate that, and if it's within what we can do, I mean, we'll do it. Let's just say, I know on 2 of them spots, we can perform the work, no problem. The third one is gonna be in question. Really won't know until we get something back from this
Right.
study.
How long they actually anticipate the study to take?
I mean, I don't think that long. Sounds like they would get started on it and,
Then you gotta apply for the permit yet?
oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this would be 2024 work for us.
Maybe, if the permit comes in.
Yeah,
So is that state permit or is that federal?
both.
Okay. Any more questions for Ron? We'll read the motion. Move to authorize, direct the road and bridge superintendent to sign agreement for a proposed 2023 stream bank engineering services offered by Blackstone Environmental, Inc.
I'll still move.
I'll second.
Moved by Meeks, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, this is on a deal that come up here last Thursday afternoon. Okay. Received a call about an issue with the bridge. It's been up on Olivet Road or lengths south of the county line in 28. So Adam and I went out, inspected it, discovered some concerning issues. So decided, start looking if we need to close the bridge down or reduce the bridge. Started looking at some of that. Called Saban. We decided we need to get somebody to look at it soon. So actually, we contacted Wayne Blackburn, and he come out and took a look at it. And so this report here is kind of what he put together after inspection. We did reduce it down to 1 lane and have it actually posted at 30 mile an hour right now. If you get into these pictures, go ahead and go to the last page on these pictures. So what's unique about this bridge is it's got 4 panels. That top picture, you can see there's 4 panels the length of the bridge that are prefab panels, and then they're all connected together. Well, that bottom picture there, you start seeing that gap. There's nothing holding those together. So over time, the pins that connected them, if you go to the page right before that one,
Rusted out.
you can kind of see that those hangers or pins there are broken. And so it's allowed that panel to start moving. And so basically it's just an I-beam concrete, and it's just starting to tip. If you go to the page right before that, will be page number 3. You see those metal straps, So basically at each end, there's one of these straps that's holding that together, and plus you're supposed to have all them pins connected along there. Well, that's, one at the top one there is broke. That's not even holding them two together. The bottom one, there's been movement there, and you can see that it's moved some, so there's some stress there. So basically right now, we need to move forward, and we'll have a full bridge inspection done on that, and then some repair plans. Basically that's just some repair that's gonna have to be done. So Saban's working on that. He's got that turned over to his bridge guys, and we'll get a full bridge inspection on this bridge here. So we went back and started looking in our inspection reports that we get, because that's what we perform our maintenance off of. None of this was documented in any of that. So
Don't you imagine the dry weather's what's possibly causing this to shift?
maybe a little bit, but
That's been rusted out.
yeah, that's been doing that for years, and that should have been documented. I mean,
Okay.
it should have been documented, I would think, in our inspection reports that we get. You know, if we'd have known about that, we could have moved forward and with some repair on that.
Don't you think that is repairable to realign that?
Yeah.
The beams look all right.
Oh, the concrete's fine, but yeah, it's gonna,
That's what
I don't know what type of job it's gonna be, 'cause you're gonna have to go in there and expose, get in there to some good metal to tie into, and,
Yeah.
you know, that's pretty rusted on the end, so it's gonna be some major maintenance work on there, but once the evaluation's done, and then we'll have the repair recommendations, or just a report with, the detailed repairs.
Well, if a person couldn't cable them.
I have no idea.
Big cable and turnbuckles and hold it, squeeze it together.
Yeah,
you know
so
what I
at
mean?
the bottom end of them, that's what you have bolts and spacers there,
Mhm.
hold the bottoms of them together, but then that's, you know, at the
I don't
top.
know if you could drill through them, like Jesse said, right under the deck and fasten them together under the deck, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
You know,
I think they would need to be attached all the way, 'cause those are 4 foot apart on them joints that are all broke through there now, so.
What kind of tonnage?
That there is no, right now, there is nothing posted on that,
Okay, I was
on that
just-
structure.
It sees a lot.
Yeah, no, right.
New idea.
It sees a lot of tonnage.
That's what I
yeah.
was thinking.
But,
I mean, it's not that big of a travel road.
Right.
But, I mean, during harvest time, it catches see a lot.
Right. So yeah, that's just an update on what's going on there. That's kind of a big one, so.
Reroute, if the person shut that down, a reroute would be over to the first exit north of 75 and then back in.
Yeah, so there's not a need to shut it down right now, but like I say, we have reduced it down. Basically getting off that one panel, as long as we're keeping traffic off that one panel.
Okay.
Any other questions on
Looks like it needs fixed.
that? No, it does need fixed.
Need fixed.
You mentioned you have one-way traffic, you got lights on it?
Yeah, just cones and lights and just channeling it into one lane. There's visibility's good from both ways, so.
Visibility's good looking both ways.
Yep. The last thing I'll touch on is just some road issues. Up until last week, been extremely dry, so you've probably seen a lot of fatigue on our asphalt roads, a lot of settling, this and that. So that's just part of the, you know, what we have to deal with. So we are doing a lot of crack filling right now. We'll continue to do asphalt patching as that allows. Even on our gravel roads, you know, we had a lot of settlement around some of our structures that we've been trying to get a lot of gravel out there, get those built up. But now since these heavier rains, that's just gonna compound some of that stuff, especially on gravel. You know, with all that settlement, you get them rains, and so there'll be a few issues on the gravel roads for a while till we get them fixed back up. First big rains are always make the roads a mess, but we'll continue to work forward there, get things patched up, and
What did you find out over there on, what was that, Blackbird? That 25th and Blackbird, was it?
oh, it's just it minimal, extremely minimal. Just, I mean, there's an area that needs some ditching through there and some more terrace that was cutting out in the road ditch and washed the edge of the road off, but it was, yeah.
I didn't go look at it.
No, it's a typical problem spot that every big rain, so.
We've had plenty of rain.
Glad to get it,
Yes. I filled up a lot of ponds that needed,
glad to get it.
stop
so.
water.
Did you have any chance to, that 28th and Reserve?
Yeah, so that's a township road. That's a township road, so, yeah, I met with the landowner up there and went over some of that. And
So you talked to?
yeah,
Very good.
yeah, I met him up there and
Good.
took a look at it,
Thanks.
so.
Thanks.
So it's not in Coffee County.
It's a county line road that we
It's
don't
county line
maintain.
road. It was just, it wasn't a big issue, but it's,
Yeah.
How are you coming along on the minimal maintenance or no maintenance?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up today. I think probably next week I'll have something ready. Maybe we'll go ahead and start the process I'm gonna do the southwest quadrant of Coffee County. I think there's about five roads, so I'll get with Wade this week, and we'll get that, next Monday, I'll discuss that a little bit and get that process started.
Stuff that sits in the back of my head and clogs up.
No, that's,
Filing cabinet.
no, I know. But yeah,
Mine doesn't have enough room.
Striping coming?
yeah, they'll get moved in later today, they'll be striping tomorrow.
sounds like we've got the dry weather that we needed.
Yeah,
Warm weather, so.
it'll be nice, yeah, this week.
So, is there gonna be some sort of engineering done on how to repair this bridge?
Yes, that's the one that we got, yes, yeah, Cook Flat's looking at that.
Okay, and maybe you said that earlier.
Yeah, Saban's got that.
Okay.
Yep,
All right,
yep.
okay.
We sent that report to Saban and, directed him to go ahead and get that looked at, and so we can start moving forward with that.
I just span 71 foot like that. Or maybe I'm not seeing on the picture. Oh,
Yeah, it is, it's
A long way.
some big old long
Yeah, it is.
precast.
as well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been there for a long
50
time.
years.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
You know, with us using Saban's firm quite often, before, Wayne Blackburn would have done a lot of it, or several
Mhm.
amount of it. With us using Saban now, do you feel comfortable that that's all working out well for us as well as cost-wise?
yeah, I think it's working out fine for now. There's, like Saban, or just like the riverbank stuff, some stuff like that. There's some minor things that are utilizing other people also, other than just Saban, but, that process is, it's been going fine up until this point. Maybe some point in time that may get tweaked, we'll see. We've run the first year without an on-staff engineer. I'd say the first 6 months or more, there was an adjustment period with my new position and some of that, so we probably weren't utilizing some engineering, but yeah, like now, there's several things that we, have Saban working on, his guys for us, so.
You got the amount of money that's spent for Saban's engineering. You got that all in a tally?
It's easily accessible. I looked at it several months back. I haven't looked at it recently, but yeah, we break out. At some point in time, we can have a conversation and, go over some of that with you guys.
That wouldn't be hard to break out.
No.
I was just curious, what your feelings were, after involved in it 9 months or a year or so.
Yeah. I can plead the case for both sides. My shoes, so.
I don't think I have anything wrong.
All right. Thank you. Have a good week.
See
Thank
you.
you. Take care, Ryan.
We finally finished our agenda. Do we have the information for the KP&F, or what do we need to do with the KP&F? There's timeline, is it November 1st?
You're on the best
First day of December.
First day of December.
He's gotta have her paperwork there.
Have we got paperwork that we need to move it on?
That would be a resolution, a paper resolution.
There's
Piece of
some
paper.
dates that need to be changed.
And I'm gonna get that form. Did you find it on the Capers website before?
I think they have to send it.
Oh,
I didn't find it.
okay. Did you send it to me?
I did.
You did? Okay, let me pull it up, but I can probably modify it real quick and.
While they're looking at that, shouldn't we be seeing something about the jail?
I was gonna bring that up.
Oh, sorry, I'll shut up.
I had it down in my notes.
Around the table.
You can start going around. You can start going around the world.
Oh,
The longer you put it off.
well,
the
I always
longer
start with
it'll
you.
last.
I always start with you, so.
Yeah. So, last week, on Tuesday, all the bids were due, and River City was here. Apparently, they had a full room, they opened the bids, and afterwards, Warren Moody from River City, he contacted me, I believe he also contacted the sheriff. He indicated he had a number of bids that he was reviewing, and they were gonna plug them into whatever the program is they have. Some of the areas had multiple bids, some of them had less bids than they would have liked, but I think they got bids for everything.
Except the gravel on,
Yeah.
for a sidewalk or something.
Yeah, so that, he indicated he was overall pleased with the bids and would be back before the county. Originally, they were gonna come today to tell you that. And at my suggestion, I said, well, unless you have some information other than what I just stated, you probably don't need to be here. So they're gonna request to be here next week. And I was gonna suggest 10 o'clock on November 6th for an update. If that time slot's not taken, if it is, then 10:30. But that's your jail update.
And that's for Jill.
Jail update, River City Construction, and Goldberg Architects.
Not knowing what our schedule's gonna be like next week, that sounds like a 1 o'clock meeting to me. But
I
if
don't,
we're not gonna be having anything at 10 o'clock, then 10:30 would be perfect, but
Well,
we don't know.
the only thing is, I don't know if they will have all the final answers. It may be just for a deeper dive explanation of where things are. Warren indicated to me it would take 1.5 to 2 weeks to plug the numbers and then be able to present them in a way where the numbers make sense. They did indicate that, Warren did indicate that a number of the numbers came in lower than anticipated. For example, electric was one of them, that it was quite a bit lower than what they had anticipated, and they had multiple bidders for electrical. Now, I don't think they had multiple bidders for everything. Some of them only had one bid, and if it's only one, then it's a sealed bid, and that figure wouldn't be announced at that bid meeting in case it has to go back out for another bid, because what they're doing right now is plugging in all the numbers and making sure they fit the specs that they had for on their bidding document, because some of the numbers may have come in low, but didn't include everything that it should have. So that's sort of what they're
Analyzing the bid.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Then the scope is what they call it.
Right.
HVAC was still high.
Oh, I'm sure.
Everything else, he said they were very happy with,
Good.
and everything got a bid, except some gravel on a sidewalk and they called it like the finish side. You know, when the sidewalks get built in front or whatever around the sides, they didn't get a bid on the gravel, you know, for something like that. Maybe a little parking area there on the west side, I don't remember exactly what it was, but he said other than that, they could get gravels someplace around here, you know, if they needed gravel. That wasn't a big killer, but just the HVAC was still high.
I'm not too sure they ought to come in until they've got most of the numbers finalized.
That's what we told them.
And if it
I told
takes
them they wait till
two
then,
weeks, I can't understand why it takes 2 weeks to put it together, but I'm sure there's lots and lots of options on this thing.
Lots of numbers, a lot of analyzing.
Yeah.
Pretty close to
Well,
see if they've got what they need.
Some of the bid documents, I'm told, were 100 pages long. So to analyze multiple documents, and they had, 30 different areas that they wanted bids on.
It'll take a while.
It will take a while.
It won't happen overnight, will it, Tom?
What is that form number, Angie?
$522.
So then this would be 921, the resolution number.
This would be 921.
Yeah,
We just did 920. But that's what we follow here, though, isn't it? You didn't print that out.
Well, it's the same thing, and Tom had just filled it out.
Oh.
And
Oh, now I've got you.
And then, it actually, 2020.
I was like, use this page, since I've already scribbled on
I
it.
know, can we, somebody's already got, I'll go get it. Wait, I have another copy, I think. That's mine up too, so. But anyway, if you just read.
Right.
That should be it.
Motion to approve resolution number 2023-921, be it resolved by Board of Coffee County Commissioner, Coffee County, Kansas, the legal name, or that, Coffee County, participating employer with the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System hereby makes application in accordance with KSA 74-4954, Part 1 and Part 2, to become a participating employer in the Kansas Police and Fire Retirement System to be provided for the police officers presently covered under Kansas Public Employees Retirement System to this Kansas Police and Fire Retirement System effective January 1st, 2024.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Hugueten. Any discussion?
Just for discussion purposes, in case it's an issue, you're going for the future forward, you're not going
Yes.
retroactive.
That's correct, that is correct.
Number 2 always stands out to me, that whether that's transferring, and I meant to ask while she was here, but I didn't have this in front of me.
Well, I think that, Tom, would you, it says here, transfer of membership of all current. So it would transfer, if somebody was KP&F at another location, it would transfer their funds over, is that correct?
Well, it's transferring, I'm reading it, I'm assuming it means transfer of,
From Capers.
from Capers to KP&F, but not going back in time retroactively. So I just want it to be stated, so if there's ever an issue later on down the road, what the clear intent of this board is.
Because I think that's what you said, that they would transfer from Capers, you would transfer from Capers to KP&F.
That's correct. And all this is saying is, you see number 1 says inclusion of all future eligible. So a new officer that I hire January 2nd to 24 is gonna be in KP&F. Yeah.
And your existing.
My existing, right, the second said transfer of all membership of all current. So the people working here today, January 1 of 2024 will be transferred to KP&F.
Right.
I probably should have read the number 1 and number 2, but I did not. That's a stick put over.
That anybody you hire after January 1st, they couldn't qualify to go into Capers or KP&F until January 1st next year.
That's correct. This takes effect January 1st, 2024. They're only eligible, in January of each year.
Now, do they come eligible, say you got a new hire that's gonna be a police officer, but they gotta go through the school. Once they complete the school.
Once they're hired here.
Once they're hired?
Once they're hired here, does not matter.
Okay.
They'll be given a provisional certificate from the state. So that's how you can hire somebody and put them on the road for 3 months before they actually get assigned a date to go to the academy. They'll get a provisional certificate. And I'm assuming that they're gonna get the Capers, because again, that's all we have. We're switched over January 1 of 2024 per se. And so somebody after that is gonna be getting that Capers, or getting the KP&F, because we don't have keepers anymore.
But once again.
What you're saying though, I see what you're saying, so you're saying that they wouldn't get the retirement until after their graduation of the academy?
Correct.
That's not the way I understand it. Just like now, if I hire Wade, he's on Capers.
But, okay, let's just throw it another, would it be this is a question probably for the gal that was here earlier. Maybe it'd be retroactive, go back and apply it to them if they passed. Because if they didn't pass the school, you're gonna get rid of them anyway, so why would you be paying them capers into it until they pass the school? I mean,
I don't know the answer to that question,
Yeah.
Jesse. I can call her when I get back to my office and ask, but I don't know the answer to that. I would just assume it's just like capers. Once you're hired, the day you're hired, you're starting that month, that pay period, you're putting in for capers.
If they're full-time though.
Yeah.
Well, just like here, Road and Bridge, anybody full-time is putting into capers retirement. The day you get hired, you put into it.
Yeah, full-time.
The full-time.
Yes, not a part,
employee.
yes, that's right, that's right.
But you would, if Bob was standing on the street corner, come in and apply to you to be a deputy, carrying deputy, a road, you couldn't put him in a patrol car carrying a gun at that time, is that correct?
Absolutely, I could.
You could, okay,
Absolutely,
okay. Even if you hadn't had any schooling?
that's correct.
Okay, okay.
He has to meet minimum requirements. He has to have firearms, for example.
Okay.
He has to go through all the backgrounds that we put him through.
Okay,
But once he's officially hired, and I swear him in, then he's a deputy.
okay.
Now, he's gonna get, as soon as I send in his demographic, and I have to send that in upon the day I hire him, that goes into the academy, and it also goes to CPOST, who is our guiding people on our certificates, our licenses. Then CPOST will issue him a provisional certificate only until his completion of the academy. He doesn't pass it, that certification goes wrong, and he's not gonna be employed anyway because he won't pass the academy. But he gets a provisional certificate from CPOST the day he gets hired.
Do they go out on their own, or do they, I mean, this is just a question for Moan, do they go out on their own, or do they do a ride-along for X amount of months?
Both. For you, let's say you already know the city, you already know the county.
Mhm.
You could drive to any place. I can tell you to go to Fifth and Blackbird and, go to such and such house or somebody. So you'd be a little different than let's say Mark that's not out driving every day and knows the county. if that person said previous law enforcement experience. I'm not gonna stick somebody out in a car, you know, unless they've got some prior law enforcement experience, and they would be shadowed by a supervisor. But it all depends, the situation and how much experience they have.
Each person sheds a different little.
Absolutely.
Situation.
Yeah,
so.
I've got, you know, I've hired people that have never been held a gun before, you know, and they gotta go out and pass a qualification series. They've gotta go through our use of force. Nobody gets in a patrol car until they've gone through our 300 set of policies. I mean, I have 300, you know, 300 documents that they have to read, acknowledge, and go through before they get on the road. So there's a lot that they're gonna be doing before they, that patrol car.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Something I've been trying to do for 3 years. I know Randy tried to do it before us and before my tenure. It is truly, like I told you months and months ago, it is truly life-changing for these young guys coming in. And it's going to be a great hiring and retention tool for me, so in the future. I appreciate all your efforts you put into it. And
Well, thank you, Tom.
Good
Good
luck.
luck. You do.
Like the 3 or 4 county sheriffs or deputies, I don't remember which county, other than I've done them all more. There, 3 of them was gonna bring it back up to their commission
Oh, yeah.
in 25, even though it's been turned down at 18. One of them was turned down at 19 or 20, I forget, Tom, but
Yeah. Yeah, there's,
the conversations with our sheriffs wrapped around us, got some good people wrapped around us.
yeah, we talk about it every sheriff's association meeting every year. Somebody saying, hey, who went to their commissioners? Can I get your paperwork so I can, you know, get maybe some other information to give to mine? So it's going around every year, so.
You know, there's one question I meant to ask the lady that's here, and I had it marked, but I guess I missed it. They are considering moving jailers into KP&F.
Eventually, I think it'll happen.
They're trying to make it available,
Correct.
but, and I talked to Eric on that Friday when you weren't in, I talked to Eric for a while, but, the jailers will probably not qualify, probably not gonna move them into the KP&F.
There's too many state corrections officers in the jail systems. I don't think the legislature has the money set aside to do that.
I think the money probably is the issue there.
That's me personally. I don't think that the legislature's ready to do that yet.
Yeah.
And if they do that with state employees, then it will obviously go to all correction staff, because it'll be, if you walk like a duck, it's a duck, you know, and so,
The sheriff at Anderson County told me that he evidently was on the committee for some of those programs, and he said it probably isn't gonna happen, but.
like I said, they brought it last year, and I don't think it got past the initial study that brought to the committee. I don't think there's the money there. May happen, you know, 2025, 26, who knows, but I don't think it's gonna happen in 2024. But I wish it would, I really do. For all those corrections staff out there who get spit on and urine and feces thrown at them every day and get hurt, assaulted, killed, but I don't see it happen in a year. It may.
And dealing with the mental health issues that are prevalent in the jails and in the prison. The number of jailers that come and talk about inmates being in crisis mode, and what do we do with them, the things that the jailers have to deal with on a continuous and regular basis. The general public has no idea.
Yep.
And it's like Jeff, or Lyon County, he's short 14
Yep.
jailers right now.
He's been fighting it for a long time. Fighting for a long time. His capacity is low because he doesn't have jail staff to deal with it. So he has to have a minimum number of inmates because he doesn't have staffing to safely take care of the full capacity of his jail.
Well, that's my worry about the new jail coming in. Are we gonna have enough staff to handle the new jail and the
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes. Remember, like I told you to begin with, since this started, Goldberg said I probably have to have 16. You know, and I've got 12 or whatever now, 11 or 12, whatever. And like I told you, I'm hopefully in 2025, get those extra jailers hired, so I can get some experience under their belt before we move to this. But that's what I'm gonna have is 3 or 4 more. And again, we'll play it by ear and see what, and remember when I called all those sheriffs before we were going through our construction manager phase trying to find them, and I called sheriffs all over the United States. Everybody that has a jail with 150 or less, which is what we would have, I asked that question, how much staff are you having? And they're saying 16 to 20. So we're right in line, Goldberg's, telling us the truth about, 16 people, you can run this facility. It's gonna be a skeleton crew at 16, but we can run it at 16. But that's also a reason too that I wanted the number of employees that I wanted for our security station down here for courtroom and courthouse security. I expect them to be doing transports when they, aren't in the courtroom. I expect them to be coming over and being a gopher, running back and forth into the jail, bring prisoners over to the courtroom, because I don't have enough jail staff to do that on a regular basis. So they're gonna pick up some of that slack. I've tried to kill 2 birds with 1 stone there.
But along with that, Tom, I mean, with the new facility, it's going to be a little easier for you to manage just because of the parts.
Hands off, you
Right,
bet.
right.
We're no longer hands on having to go unlock a cell
Right.
and go and put hands on somebody and take them and walk them to a courtroom. And then I've taken that jail staff and he's with that person no matter what. Whether it takes 20 minutes in court or whether it takes 2 hours in court, I've taken somebody away from my jail and put them in the courtroom.
That's what I mean. I'm not saying that you're not gonna need 16 or 20. It's just going to be an easier manage. for
Yes,
you.
sir. It's like I said, hopefully, the way everything works is, for example, if I can say, Steve, you got court date 10 o'clock. Yeah, I know. Get your paperwork, come to the door. And I buzz the door and you step out and that door closes behind you. And I say, Steve, you need to turn to your left and follow that yellow line to cell 123. And he walks that yellow line and okay, I'm here. Believe me, that control room person's already buzzed that door open. And he walks in that door and closes that door behind you, and that door will be just inside the current courthouse. There'll be a holding cell right there. So therefore, he's now in that holding cell, ready to go to court. Once he's in that cell, radio is put over to the courthouse security, saying Steve is in holding cell, ready to go to court. When the judge calls for Steve, one of these courtroom and courthouse security goes over that holding cell, not all the way back into jail, back through corridors. He's already out in the holding cell, and all that courthouse security has to do is go get him and take him straight into the courtroom. Remember, there's a secure corridor that brings him right into the court. It's eliminated me taking a jail staff, because I'm going to have 4. It eliminates that person now going into court. Now Steve has walked himself down and put him into the room. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Be much improved.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm telling you, once we get our medical staff here and we're not transporting people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to the hospital, that's a safety concern for us. If I can get some medical staff here and food service here that I'm not transporting food, 6 trips a day back and forth to the hospital. Not that the hospital has been good to us. We wouldn't have had food any other way. But once we get our food service and our medical staff set up, I think it's going to be a huge, huge improvement for us, both in staff morale and inmate.
Great.
I've told River City and I've told Goldberg, if they don't get this ground broke, I'm going to get some guys out here, we're going to get overalls on, we're going to go out and start breaking ground with some sledgehammer. So, guys, I'm ready, just like you are. I'm ready to get started. So,
Well, it's encouraging to hear that they've got some lower bids on
I was very
most
happy,
of it.
very happy when they called.
Yes. Be nice to have a lot more than a parking lot out of this project.
Yes, sir. I'm right there with
Expensive
you.
parking lot.
Yeah, I carry my overalls with me in the back seat every day. So if they need
Yes,
help,
sir.
I'm willing to go out and start breaking concrete.
The only thing that I did not add to the motion was, authorize Director Chairman to sign the KP&F.
I'll move.
That's something needs to be added to it.
I'm adding it if you want.
Just add, does that have to be another motion or just as an add-on?
Well, I don't think you voted on the
We
motion
did,
yet.
yeah, it passed.
You were gone.
Oh, you did?
Sorry,
Okay. Oh,
we might have to redo it because you was gone.
okay.
I don't know why it couldn't be modified, but Wade has to
I mean, you've already voted, so it's technically an amendment to the original motion. So, I mean,
Just amend it, call it wonderful. I didn't realize I had to sign it until I looked over at Angie's and seen my name over here on Angie's paper. Oh, no. I figured it was the sheriff's signature.
No, there is one page that'll have to be sent to them, I think I forwarded to Angie.
Did they say it needed to be notarized?
it's gotta
Yes,
be,
it has to be notarized.
it's gotta be attested
Yeah.
by the county clerk.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I'm done.
You're done.
So,
Designated.
I think you do an amendment to your prior motion authorizing the chairman to sign the approved resolution 2023-921 and that just fixes it.
We go back through a vote.
Yeah, because it's a new,
Okay.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, it's an amendment to the
Maybe
previous
change
motion.
the other one to your motion, right?
because otherwise,
Amendment, rather.
then after you do that, then I think you need to have another motion declaring who your authorized agent is, which is the second document, right?
Yeah, I think that's,
Well,
Yeah, they're asking for agent on it.
that's
yeah,
Angie.
we've been that already.
Post designated agent.
I guess you need to do it again though for the, because it's KP&F.
Yeah, this is for
Right, yeah,
KP&F.
she said you have to have those two documents
Yeah, I got it.
done in the one that I gave you saying, that I'm different as an elected official. I can stay at KP&F, or stay at Capers as an elected official. So I have to sign a paper, which I've already signed and had notarized saying, I want to switch over too. So everybody should be switched over, so. That's, other than the minutes to the meeting today showing there's 2/3 majority vote, you have what has to be sent in, so.
So who's the agent? Are you the agent?
No, that'd be Angie or her designee
okay. Okay.
for the retirement benefits, just like the case.
Motion to authorize direct the chairman to sign resolution number 2023-921.
So moved. I'll second that.
Moved by Hugan, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Well, thank you again.
We'll get to it
I know you will.
sooner or later.
I appreciate it.
Okay, got the motion done? Authorize.
Yeah, I'm just,
To appoint County Clerk and Commissioner as for her designee.
I think that's how it would be.
Designated agent, KP&F. Motion to appoint County Clerk Angie Kirschner or her designee as the designated agent of KP&F. I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
You have to put, well, I guess you're gonna need to sign that too. 'Cause I can't. Mayor, and then, do we need to make another motion for him to sign the designation of agent form, Wade?
Yep, looks like it says chairman. I didn't catch that.
Shut up, Lee.
Because everybody will have chances to move in second.
Yeah. Say politicians like to vote, we're voting enough, aren't we?
It's him run out of ink.
Senate, they haven't had to nudge any of us to wake us up yet anyhow.
Okay,
It's out there.
Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign designation of agent form.
So moved.
Okay, who's moving?
Steve is.
Moved by
Don.
Don moved. Moved by me, seconded by McCreary, right?
Sure, yep.
Moving on.
All in favor, say aye.
You have to be pretty quick at it.
All right.
I just decided to quit.
Well, we hammered that
Yeah. Well, we got her done.
in a roundabout way.
It ought to be approved now.
How's the jail numbers?
Well, we've got some people out, and so we're doing fine.
Good.
Got room for me then.
Yes, sir, we always have a place for,
And so,
Some people got, moved from the county jail to the state prison system. That's the best way to describe it.
Got a big house.
oh, yeah. It's taking a little bit, you know, those justice, they're slow, but once they get going, they start rolling, they go downhill.
Time to go to the Ritz.
So, we need a break, so, have people farmed out to different places.
Did you get everybody back?
Yeah, so,
Bet you could.
so we're doing good.
Good. More roundtable?
Sure.
I know you was quiet, you wasn't even here last week, and you was quiet the week before that, so I know we're gonna get, hammered today.
And I wasn't here last week, I was at 2 different trainings. One was, impaired driving training, and the 18th installment. I've been to probably 13 or 14 of them, going back from when it started. It was in Wichita. I was a presenter on day 2. And then from there, I was here Wednesday, and then transitioned to the prosecutors conference in Lawrence on Thursday and Friday. I don't announce any of this because I don't want someone to watch a meeting and then end up at my house and then have other problems. So I'll tell you after the fact, but I'm not telling you ahead of time, especially in the open.
Been brought up by other
Thank you, Sheriff.
departments, and we understand.
No, thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, I was, if you,
Nope, not right now.
you won't have to send them another call, if they can't.
See what I have to deal with now that you guys passed that KP&F motion. Now it's gonna be a pain.
I'm always gonna be a fan.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to read all, we're around.
Wanted to provide notice. I received an email several weeks ago, and then the follow-up. If you recall, the county signed on as a participating subdivision of the opioid litigation that's nationwide, and it's being administered through the Kansas Attorney General's office. Within the last year to year and a half, and it all runs together, I signed the county up to be a participating member in the next series of litigation involving McKinsey, Janssen, and distributors. And within the last week or so, received a check with the next round of payments regarding that settlement sent out by the Kansas Attorney General's office. The settlements are as follows: McKinsey, $74.89, Janssen, $78.19, distributors, $2,288.36, for a total of $2,441.44. So, if you recall, as a participating subdivision of this opioid litigation, this money has to go into a specific fund and be used for a specific purpose, which at some point in time, my hope would be that that fund, which continues to grow each time a check comes in, be passed on for appropriate use and administration by the Mental Health Board, which hopefully will be back in front of you at some point in the very near future. So I have a check that would request the chairman to sign to go into the, CHIPS fund, or not CHIPS, I forget what it's called in our list.
This is the second check we've received late.
No.
This is the first.
No, this is, should be check number 4.
I knew we'd received, I thought we'd received some.
It's, Angie can probably tell you a whole lot quicker than I can what that fund is called.
What is it?
The opioid.
Opioid fund, is it on our,
It's not on that sheet.
Okay. Can we add it at some point to that sheet? So, I'm gonna turn this over, and then it needs to, if I can just get a copy of the check and this invoice, so the chairman can go ahead and sign it, so it can be put in the right fund. But once a year, so you all know, I get a request from the Attorney General's office for an accounting. That accounting talks about what money was received, when, and then what it's been used for, if anything. It's a several-page document that I'm responsible for sending back to the Attorney General's office, because they are keeping track of how that money's being used. Right now, the county's not used the county's allotment for anything at this point.
Any motion to authorize chairman to sign the check?
No.
Hallelujah.
How much long does that last?
I think there may be another litigant who's recently been added, and I need to go back in and see when the date is, so that the county can be added to that litigation. But if you don't recall, and for the two of you who probably weren't here when that originated, by the county agreeing to be a part of this litigation that's nationwide and includes the AG's office sort of as the conduit for all the other litigation, for all litigation purposes. If there is a settlement, the county basically waives its right to go out and sue under this agreement. And the majority of counties in the state have signed off on this. In fact, there's a whole list, and if you're ever interested, it has the list, the breakdown, what the final payment is, and how much each entity who's a part of the settlement gets allotted. It's a formula, and this is the county's part of that formula for this particular settlement.
Have we put money into it before, Wade?
Yes.
And it's called the opioid?
I'm not sure what
I think that's where you put that, Angie.
It may be Kansas Municipal Addiction Fight something. It's based on the legislation.
I think it's one of those subcategories that you keep.
I can go back in my office and.
So when you said, maybe I'm not understanding correctly, you have to, they're wanting a report of what you've done or haven't done with the money yet. That's something that you would decide where this money is used, or I'm not sure I have a full understanding of.
I'm responsible for reporting, similar to if somebody is administrator of a grant, to make sure that grant money is used for what it's used for. There are specific guidelines, and that's why that money needs to be in an account, so it doesn't end up commingled with other money that then ends up being used for something that's ineligible.
So you don't have to designate where that money might go. All you have to do is just affirm that it's in an account and X amount of dollars, is that right?
Well, when the money ends up being selected and used for its intended purpose, then I'm gonna ask that decision come before the board, and the board approved that it's being used for that. I think it should be somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 or something.
But who will decide?
So, So the recommendation I have is that the monies that is in that fund be authorized for consideration by the mental health board, because they not only deal with mental health issues, they deal with substance abuse issues as well. And then they form whatever recommendation based on whatever is ongoing at the time, and then that recommendation will come to this board to finalize. So any of that expenditure will be brought before this board. And I would say that so that there's a record of it, and so that when I fill out the paperwork, that I can go back and find that source in case somebody who audits it wants to challenge it.
I found it, wait.
Okay, what is it called?
Municipalities Fight Addiction. And you've got 13,163 in there now.
So this will be added to that, so it's around 15,000.
And do you want us to remit to the treasurer's office?
Yes.
Okay.
And then just have it added to that fund, and
Yep.
maybe add that fund to that.
Send sheet.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Anything else?
We talked about the triangle out at the, do we call it the triangle, the
Bermuda?
that's a different place. The Clement and the Coffee County Courthouse sign and fixing that, I call it the triangle. So there is a quote to do the same thing that was done outside, and that quote for materials and the labor is $2,250.
No, it's gonna make it square.
Yes,
And
and I,
the material like it is now.
Using that same, material?
correct.
Yeah.
So I've tried to have the quote printed off several times, but it's blurry, so I don't have it to put in front of you, but that's the quote.
Do we need a motion to it?
Yes.
Another motion?
Okay.
Hopefully we will do just one.
That would be a motion to approve a retaining wall around the courthouse sign on the northeast corner of the building, using the same materials as used around the north and east side of the courthouse. With block,
With block?
with, trying to, hard to read, 2 blocks high with a cap, I guess is, I'm reading that. In the amount of $2,250, if not to exceed,
2,200.
and $50.
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed $2,250. To be installed by Scenic Landscapes of Westphalia, Kansas. And then wherever it's coming from.
Last came from Courthouse generally, did it not? I think so.
gonna take it from capital outlay.
Problem. Alright, motion to approve a retaining wall around the courthouse sign of the northwest corner of the building, or at the northwest corner of the building, using the same materials used around the north and east side of the courthouse, 2 blocks high, with a cap in the amount not to exceed $2,250 to be installed by Scenic Landscape of Westphalia, Kansas. Funds to come from general fund, courthouse general capital outlay line item. I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by Huguet. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
I would rely on that.
Got anything good for us today?
I was just in meetings, just trying to stay up to date on things, and I only came up to see if you had anything you needed me for, because we're working with Ryan on a bridge that had to be reduced to 1 lane. We've got, getting our folks lined up to come do an inspection on that. And then working with the attorney group to come up with a development draft agreement to bring back to you guys on the KSMC side. So that's the quick update. And as soon as we get that, I think if we look at the steps of things that need to be done, we need to get that to you first. And then we'll kind of figure out how we proceed from there once we get the draft in front of you. So.
While the chip site had been drawn out, I received a phone call from a individual at the water plant last night. Read the paper and was kind of upset that there was discussion of the water plant and there wasn't anybody present from the water plant and so on and so forth. And the individual told me that they have their own engineer that knows their plant, knows what it needs, so on and so forth, and has already done some of the preliminary engineering instead of reinventing the wheel. This is
Talking about Rural 12?
Yeah, up there at Melvin Lake.
Okay.
And so anyway, make a long story short, they're wanting to come down and visit one of these days, and I told them, I said, this is just, we're getting close to that time. We're getting close.
Yeah.
And they want to use their own engineer because he knows it.
Sure.
And I said, there's no sense in reinventing the wheel.
We've talked to him. We've talked to the engineer. We've been in communication, so
Yeah.
we're totally on board. I think the biggest difference is, again, kind of what I have said is this water study needs to be done. They can look at an individual. We still think there's a value in looking at your county because you've got Rural 3 and the city of Burlington, and it's kind of like coming up with the best solution that eventually will supply the water. So it's not to say we don't know exactly what the best answer is. We started this process with bigger numbers. The numbers are coming down, so let's figure out what the needs really are, and that's the work that needs to be done. But so we will work in concert with these water districts.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, there's been a lot of stuff that's been put out. I said, well, and the question was asked, why did it go from this many gallons down to this many gallons? I said, well, technology has dropped it tremendously. And so it just kind of gave him a little, we're going to get involved with you.
Yeah.
You're going to get involved with us type deal. And it's just not, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
And so.
No one would be left out of this discussion, but let's get this development agreement in front of you guys first. Draft agreement really starts to spell out, responsibilities, and then let's get that, handled.
Right.
Even if we're at the point where we get in front of you and you guys have comments and we go back and forth with TEM and EMP, that's where we need to be, and then we'll be quickly diving into the other pieces of this. So. Anyway,
gotta get the horse before the cart.
Yeah. So we're good. We're that's the only quick update. But I was up here I needed to meet on other things, but I thought
Appreciate it. Thank you.
If you need me, holler. And I did grab a few numbers, so if you need my number, I can give it to you. Feel free to email me or call me. I will tell you what I know.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. More Wade?
There needs to be, I'm trying to find exactly what the date was we're dealing with. So going back to Resolution 2023-912, that is the sale of the hospital property to SSN. Within that particular resolution,
Hospital property,
not
SSN.
hospital, airport.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that. I'm reading airport, but for some reason, the words came out hospital. Airport, thank you for the correction. 2023-912, that's what that is. The sale of the property to SSM, airport property. Within that agreement was a provision that the sale had to occur on or before, I believe it was October 4th, somewhere in that neighborhood. That, for reasons that have to do with some outside influences that don't affect the county nor SSM, I think it's some of the funding that's required and things that have to do the process. There needs to be a motion to waive the requirement to sell that property to allow it to be sold after the date that's listed in the resolution. And that was a request of the bond attorney, bond counsel, Joe Serrano, and he would be here today to make that request, except for, I think, he has some other things going on, and I'm making that request on his behalf. So, an oral motion to waive the requirement, and we need Angie, obviously, to sell the SSM property, i.e. the airport property as referenced in Resolution 2023-912 and the companion development agreement that was also signed that day.
Still put a deadline date on it then, out in the future? We're gonna just
I
extend
don't know
it.
why you couldn't do it to be determined.
Well, I think you want to have something just to track it, so I would say, I think all of that should be finalized in the very near future. There's a number of documents that have to go to the AG's office for their blessing, so to speak. So what I would suggest, similar to what we did with the resolution this morning, is say December 6th, December 4th, is that a Monday?
Yes. Why would you just put it a month away? Why would you do December 31st?
Well, that way, if there's any issues that can be brought up and dealt with on that day, it's more of a placeholder, a tracking mechanism. And then ask that Angie put it on the to-do list, just to make sure we have verification it goes through. Because of the date, we're dealing with the issue with the date on this particular project. That's, in all honesty, why I put that date on the resolution you just passed earlier. To deal with any unforeseen circumstances outside of our control. We thought it would all be taken care of by that date. In fact, I think they had a closing scheduled, and then for whatever reason, it was put on hold for issues outside of our control.
Another motion
Oh, another one?
coming up. Get your fingers to do the
Okay.
walking.
So, this has to do with resolution number 2023-912. The motion is to waive the requirement to sell the airport property sold to SSM by and through County Resolution number 2023-912, and as referenced within the companion development agreement with SSM.
In the companion agreement,
Yes, because both of those were done on the same date, and that date would have been
companion development agreement,
correct. That was September 18th.
is that it?
Oh, no, he's got more words than that.
He's looking at
That's a me motion. It might have one too many lines in it for my motion.
It's a agreement authorized at the very end, as authorized on September 18th. I mean, that, you want to put a,
You know, you're wanting to put another date in there, are you not?
I mean, I like putting a date, but it didn't sound like others were.
Well, I mean, in my eyes, you put another date in it that's another month away, will be possibly addressed and again in a month, which is fine,
On or before,
you know?
like the last one said, on or before. If you want a date.
Yeah, on or before December 4th.
Where do you want that?
Well, I don't know. Be the sale of the property on this, I don't know.
I just say after 23, to be reviewed, and to be reviewed for finalization on or before, at the commission meeting on December, I guess on or before December 4th would probably work. And then if you just put it in the notes
Yep.
for the meeting.
Is that a Monday?
Should be in my
It is.
calendar's correct.
And to review for finalization. Commission meeting on or before Monday, December 4th.
I like. Motion to waive requirement to sell airport property sold to SSM and through County Resolution number 2023-912, and as referred in the companion development agreement as authorized on September 18, 2023, and to be reviewed for finalization at the commission meeting on or before Monday, December 4th, 2023.
So move.
So I do have to add one more thing, just reading
No,
through
right.
it. I was going through it in my head, and then I looked at it, so we need to have the date that's listed in that resolution that it was supposed to be sold by. Because if not, it's October
previously said,
To be sold to SSM by October 4th, I believe is what it says. I don't have it up in front of me.
Okay, hold on, I can go back and look.
I think they had scheduled the closing for October 4th, if I recall correctly.
You think we did that then?
No, it would have been probably months before that.
No, the resolution was September 18th, or September 18th.
So I need to have that in there?
You've got it in there.
Well, just the date.
You got authorized on September 18th.
Yep. And that's where that resolution, the language in that resolution should be at the very end. Either 1, 2, 3, or 4, where the closing is to occur on or before whatever that October date was.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking
So
about?
not December?
No, there's previously a different closing date.
trying to state that in there.
Trying to state that in the motion, that's the date that is being waived right now, that closing date.
So you look in the September 18th minutes to see if there was, see what the date was, right?
There's not a date, we
There's
need
not a date.
resolution 23-9-12.
Oh, 23/9/12, we need that resolution.
Sorry, I made it probably more unclear by what I was saying. In my head, it makes sense.
There's a lot of things in my head that
I
make
guess.
sense and it does not happen. Once it comes out, it's like, ooh, that's a bad idea. It's like showing up to jail for a bad idea. Before I forget, Wade, Wednesday, 7:30, meeting down at Maribel's.
Okay.
7:30 a.m.
Oh, within 14 days.
That's fine. I'm around.
This
This Wednesday?
Yep. So 14 days from September 18th would have been
You're up to 5.
7. Yeah. Would that have been,
October 2nd.
it says 14 days. So 14 days from the 18th would have been,
September 18th?
yep.
The 2nd, Monday, October 2nd.
Yep, October 2nd.
All right.
Can I have it right now?
Oui.
Yep.
Okay, we done with this thing, we'll reread it.
Yep.
Move to waive the requirement to sell the airport property sold to SSM on Monday, October 2nd, 2023, and through county resolution number 2023-912 as referenced in the companion development agreement as authorized in September 18th, 2023, and to be reviewed for finalization at the commission meeting on or before December 4th, 2023.
I think everybody wants to make sure it gets cleared before they make a motion.
Sounds like good.
Sure.
I so moved. Second that.
Moved by Huguenin, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. gamble on that.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting cautious on that. Gun shy.
Heard that government day, a couple girls asked me what that was for, and I said, that's in case somebody gets out of hand.
Tomahawk. Well, it scares me, but I'm gonna ask you again. Got anything else, Wade?
I do. So, I don't know if you wanna do it now or do it later, I gotta jump on a quick, Zoom call with Judge Wine to talk about,
Judge stuff?
well, with all the county attorneys for our district to talk about our, court system issues.
I got you.
But I have an executive session that we need to have, and then I also have some quotes or proposals for the sod, so.
We're doing checks and vouchers today, so.
Oh, today's checks and vouchers too?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're back this afternoon then?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, well, then,
I don't know where we're gonna leave, unless everybody wants to leave.
I'm gonna have to have something.
Okay,
yep, if you wanna take a lunch break, then I can come back right after lunch.
we'll recess until 1:30.
All right, well, that's even better.
How's that? Okay, good.
That's a move.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Recess till 1:30.
Remind me.
All right, we're back. Checks and vouchers for a while, I guess. I guess we can finish roundtable, can't we? Steve, do you have any roundtable?
I do not.
Don?
We took care of a couple of mine early.
Okay. Wade?
I'm all good.
Hello.
The only ones I had was
Yeah.
questions about the days and dates, so.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got, the
Okay.
pool winterized.
Give me a few minutes.
Everything's shut down there, went yesterday. Kicked the heat on, made sure all the furnaces had worked. Everything's working.
Good.
Set her down on the 60-degree mark, and hopefully we won't burn too much propane. I did have the propane tank filled last week. Went over there, I thought, I probably ought to check that propane tank, and it's a good thing I did, because it was down between 10 and 5%.
Wow.
So I called Moore's. You should be getting a bill.
They called to find out who and where to send it to.
Okay, and so, I don't remember, did they tell you what it was? How much it was?
No, she didn't.
I don't remember its price per gallon, but I know it was well under $2 a gallon.
That was Doug Moore.
Yeah, and so I went ahead and had them fill that,
Good.
and, I can't think of anything else right offhand. Yeah, I think I'm done. Angie, you got roundtable?
Just before we get done for the end of the day, I've got some stuff for you guys to sign, but I don't need to move stuff on this right now.
Okay. Nope. We'll get busy checks and vouchers until Wade shows up. Flip through these, there's just the normal.
You done here, Tom?
Yep. Process a check for $1.10.
Yeah.
I've done that my first year.
Wonder how much it costs to process that $1.10 check.
The check itself costs a good piece of it.
Yeah.
Bad part.
I know I've seen that in here. $1.18. Historical Society.
Cost over that.
Yeah. Ad valorem tax.
That'd be for the last of their,
Oh, okay. There. $10 to generate that $1.18 check. Welcome back. Right out of bushy check.
Yep. Yep. You need what?
Well, I didn't see that $175,000 on
Did you see the Goldberg one?
Are they open?
Who did it pass by? Didn't know if they wanted to look at it or.
What's the voucher number on that?
Check number?
Check number 10. 3589.
Can we set it back for now?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there it is. Jail construction project.
Oh, emergency management.
That's what it looked like to me.
Looks like everything else.
Anything stated in that, Tom? In your structure, your timeline.
Oh, I'd have to look that up.
Goldberg's check.
There's something wrong with it?
No, we just always kind of look through it.
Okay. I don't know.
Just kind of always look through it. Make sure we're. I don't know if we're gonna look with it at all, that goes together.
Okay, okay. All right, I'll put that back on there.
Where'd Wade go?
Continuous business.
We're not busy. Well, we're busy.
That's a big old yellow spot down.
Do what?
A big old yellow spot. You know, sort of this year.
Yeah, answer.
For this last 2 weeks.
Answer.
A lot of 50s and 60s.
Wow.
This was all together now.
Yeah, that cliff ain't hardly big enough to handle it.
Just barely.
Where they catch on lines.
Either trot line or throw line.
Yeah.
Guess that's what it is.
Yep.
These are all
Are they removed? Pardon me?
I'll get it removed.
Just part of that.
Yeah, this whole stack is
Okay.
in here. Dispense jail and sheriff.
Who is this? This is the sheriff's? Who's walked this?
Oh,
There's a lot of jail
it's
training here. Oh, we got, Goldberg.
markers on?
Are those the grade markers?
Bonds, markers, yeah.
Yeah, that we order those and they're available for veterans.
Oh, I see, okay.
You're back again,
I
Wade.
probably knew that.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Tomorrow's not guaranteed, is it?
Never is.
I can think. Fine, good enough.
I'm gonna leave that with you in case somebody wants to finally get that to come through. That
Okay.
ties to the last motion for the retaining wall around the courthouse sign.
Okay.
You got stuff you wanna go do and get your
You
round table out of the way?
let me know what you want.
Well, we can stop anytime,
Yep.
check some out.
We're just.
I'm gonna wait.
Doesn't hurt, it just.
I'm gonna ask Wade what that might be. Oh, earpieces from, I think earpieces for the radios,
That's not right.
I think. It's for the radios, I think. You think it is for radios? Yeah. It kind of stands out a little bit, I couldn't find anything to identify. There are two, it's on this, charge account. There's that big one there, and then there was another one here for $1,300, not just trying to.
So ties to the audio port on Motorola. There's connectors, and then there's single earpieces,
I'm just sure that that's.
left ear and right ear.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just for communication.
Yep.
Just see on the charge card here, it's not identified. I'm just curious what it was.
Wade, did you see the voucher for Goldberg, $175,000?
I just pulled it in case. I didn't know if you need to match it up with something, or.
$100 stamp out, and that $1,500 stamp. It says Home Depot supplies. Looks like, clothing.
Okay, but that's where to match it up would be to match it up with the last one.
It's home supply, warehouse, stores. Clothing's in one, but.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just.
It's in
Sorry, I
the,
was trying to. I should say I know what the last one was, but some reason I had a hard time today.
And this was when I'm talking to, I think it's 14 minutes. Yeah. It's 12 now, yeah, 12,000.
Yes, it does.
Oh, it's not, that's not good. I'm gonna do that. Okay, but I had another check.
I'm gonna swipe the bigger clip of Angie first.
I need to fix that, I do.
This thing, I don't have a bigger one. Hey, Mark, is that a bigger clip over there behind Angie's computer? On this side?
correct.
I need one, this thing here, just, it won't be heavy.
Sorry.
Needs a shoe.
He's on there before.
Needs a
It
shoe
was there
on to go
before.
in there.
That'd be one by
But it'll fit now. Gee. You must be kicking these up.
I just slinging them over there.
Well, it gets repetitious after a little bit. Like the normal monthly.
Yeah, I mean, that's, That's those are good.
Nothing you can actually quit.
This actual one tax, we probably got.
For that one credit card, I need those two.
So we have another installation authorization form, finishing that. And we decline, so we have to authorize that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you guys are aware of and regularly?
128 Pearson and 302 Pearson.
Steve, do you know about that?
Pardon?
Anything with NT Networks being done at 128 Pearson or 302 Pearson?
Fire
That's
station.
That's fiber?
It would be NT Networks, yeah. And it says time-sensitive construction crews in the area. And we did this a while back. I don't remember where we were.
I don't know. They're not doing. I don't know.
Do you want me to call them and see?
Yeah. I wonder if that's not what was the address, Angie?
128 Pearson and 302 Pearson.
Or if that's not what, Ryan was talking about. Is that the nursing home? 128.
Oh, wait, what about, hold on, the new, gas station?
Oh, okay. It'd be on, because 128 would be on the south side.
Yeah,
It could be this new gas station.
I don't know. But,
And then 302 Pearson. I know Ryan said he was working with them on some easements. No, it's just permission, basically.
302 Pearson is that C.L. Foster building, brick building,
Oh, that's the medical center.
to the north of the fire station, it looks like.
Yeah, it'd be right on the corner, it'd be 302 Pearson, that would be the medical center.
Okay, and then the one.
You said the Foster building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then 128 is the Sunset.
So, okay. What,
I can call them and ask them now.
that'd be good. One of them would be county property, wouldn't it? The medical place? Yes. But the other one wouldn't be, because we sold that. Sunset would be somebody else's, the entities that bought that. Yeah. But I can see why they'd be asking about the 300 block one, 302.
302, that's, right on the corner, that'd be medical building.
Is that through Coffee County Hospital?
Yes.
Or are they leasing that building?
I think Coffee County owns, I think that's Coffee County's. I believe.
Is it in the green binder?
Oh, I don't recall seeing that in the green binder,
I don't know.
but, look.
Here's an invoice from Civic Plus LLC, it's a website expense. Economic development, $3,300, when was that all included?
How was it done?
Where's the?
I don't know if that's a one-time deal, an annual deal, or what?
I don't know what that is.
Steve, is that 302, the medical center, is that through Coffee County Hospital?
Yes.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
that would be who,
Through Coffee County.
And then the 128, the county doesn't own anymore, it was sold. Yeah. And okay, all right, thank you.
Well, I knew you were gonna ask that. Let me see.
I'll give this back to you. These are the last two silver invoices.
The last two.
Yep.
Everything aligns, if you will.
What's that?
Everything aligns, if you will, or?
I just circled a couple things. I haven't had a chance to match it up. Figured you guys would look at it and then I can, unless you want me to look at it before it goes through you.
I just pulled it in case somebody wanted to, I guess. Or had a concern. So, excuse me, 10% on the design.
Well, we don't need to do anything, because we don't own the property.
yeah,
They got a grant to take fiber to Waverly,
right.
and these are the two drops, or places they're gonna put drops in. But the one's the medical center, and then the other one was
Is the NP.
Sunset, but we don't own it anymore, so
Right.
we don't need to do anything with it.
Well, that's why we was looking in the green book to see if that other address was county property, if it was being leased by the hospital.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so. That's not perfect, so it's there. But I have another total, I think the total's different.
So, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Getting paid for 100% design.
Okay.
The way I see it is just getting paid for 100% of the design, we just did, so.
Well, it's showing.
Hey Angie, that is Coffee County property.
It is, yeah, that, I just,
302 Pearson.
What's it say?
Coffee County Board of Commission. That's 302 Pearson is county property.
It is?
Yep.
so that's, but the hospital normally takes care of,
Yeah, we don't do anything.
we don't do anything with it. I don't think, I mean, that's all ran through the hospital.
Medical clinic?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yep.
I need to go get that paper back then.
Probably ought to at least do the clinic anyway, be ours to deal with. So you satisfied with Goldberg?
Yeah.
I'll sign it then.
I just want. no attention to it.
We're not thrilled about
It was,
people out everywhere.
yeah, that,
Pencil Wilson, been with them.
the other thousands of dollars for years. Yeah.
Okay. You're just in.
All right, I'm done with checks, I can sign.
Okay. All of you, or these two? or
Nope, I haven't done
Okay.
those yet.
All right, so I need to sign. And this one, we just missed one page. I'm gonna take care of that. We've already signed the other, but this is the two originals in case I have to get an initial to somebody.
Okay.
And I'll save this one for later.
Did Brian have a bunch of stuff for me to sign?
Well, he had some road permits, but the chairman's not signed.
Oh, okay. Must have been
So,
motions to
yeah,
have him. He signs.
Oh, no, that was on that Steam Bank Engineers,
Mm-hmm.
but it was to authorize and direct him to.
Oh, okay, okay.
Stream that. Chevy's had a bunch of camshaft holes and many of them now. You wouldn't want too many having trouble.
Wolverines gonna buy this week? Did Wolverines play this week?
Nope.
Bye.
They're, visiting other teams scouting.
Or what?
They're in other stadiums scouting their opponents.
They should send Taylor Swift out to do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what that's in reference to? There's a NCAA investigation.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do know
I guess that one was a camshaft, they put a new engine in, reman engine. Because of that.
There's, Angie, there's a voucher here, I think on behalf of the appraiser's department for Jacobs Creek. Look, it's hard to figure out, it looks like it's all fuel is paying for.
I don't know, I have to look at it.
It's down, it's almost on top of that or on the bottom of it down there.
Is that for going out and dealing with the water
That's what
plant?
it looks like, I meant to ask you a question before it got away from me. $10,000 to $12,000, if I remember right. Paid for
Oh, on the fuel?
highway fuel. Looks like when
Who
the
was the
appraiser's
vendor?
office was billing,
Who was the vendor? Who were we paying, I guess?
out of the Cobb County Highway Department, I think.
Oh,
Oh, that's the sewer maintenance agreement.
Yeah, but I was surprised it's $11,000 to $12,000. I meant to say something before we got away.
Well, we maintain that sewer out there, the highway department does.
What are we doing, just paying that once a year? I don't remember seeing an invoice looking like that for a long time.
And the appraisers got fuel from the highway department.
Yeah.
Instead of going to Lewis's, they were going down there.
They're just going down there
Yeah.
to do it. See, you feel like that's a huge amount of fuel though.
This 11,000 was sheriff and lake.
I'm sorry,
That 11,000 was the sheriff and the lake.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Not the appraiser.
it is, okay.
That makes more sense, yeah.
Are you good then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turnabout's pretty quick.
Don't wanna mess with Lisa's.
I'm trying to look at the previous motion we did on that.
Oh, I'm not supposed to sign that?
Well, when we did
Oh.
that.
I didn't sign it. You just told me to sign it. Is that right?
Yep.
I'm gonna have my banker send you a
Okay.
piece of paper. You can scan it and send it to him after I sign it. Can you?
Yep. Okay, so now it's out there, motion. And make it bigger. We should probably take that address.
Three oh two West Pearson, or 302 Pearson.
So the county owns that building, so does the hospital lease it then from the, I mean, how is that?
Yeah, I don't know for sure.
Because we don't take care, I mean, the hospital takes care of all the bills, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, if you say, Pat, do that, what if the hospital says, no, we didn't authorize that to come in?
Oh, I'm sure they want fiber optic there.
I know, but I'm just saying, wouldn't it be, I don't know, what do you think?
What is the,
302 Pearson, it's the hospital building in
Medical
Waverly.
building?
but what's the issue?
Installation authorization form.
For fiber optic?
So, I mean, the county or the hospital can't own property, so even if, I mean, that's the issue, that's how come that other property got a little sideways, because they can't own property.
Okay.
So, as the owner, that may be why it's coming here, although,
So that was just an authorization form to install the
To install fire, which they're not charging anything for the installation.
No,
right
because
on
it's
it.
covered by grant.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
covered by the
fine,
grant.
so I think as the owner, that may be why it ends up showing up here.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to authorize director chairman to sign installation authorization form for empty networks for 302 Pearson at no cost to the county, 100% covered by grant. I'll move. Moved by McCreary, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
That explains it. I could have just couldn't.
Yep, it ends up being a little confusing. And that's if they're a tenant of the county's property.
What name should I be looking for?
Brian Strong.
We're going to pay Woodson County $10,000 to rent their building, and we pay Southern Coffee County $5,000, or Southern Lime County for the emergency preparedness.
Everybody wants a piece of the pie.
Yep. I'm doing a better job than others.
Just gonna stop in between bundles or keep on rolling.
Take a pause for the cause, break it up.
Well, either way, we're gonna be here till the end, so.
Whenever that is.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a short stack.
That's a short stack. Wanna rock through it?
Right. I can't.
So.
scan through it.
Wish you could do that to my Mac. I wish you could do that to my Mac. I'd probably melt right on the floor.
Happy part about it is when I won't, and about 10 years,
All the arthritis.
it'll just fall off.
Yeah. All on the floor. Yep. Probably like your junk folder.
Okay, I'll do that. My computer wants to take a while to get this.
Don't look yet, huh?
That goes with that, yeah.
You might ask Wade if there was any stuff there, and I'm sure it probably is. I better run it for my home.
Ham and beans?
I've got carrots and celery in it.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No.
onion,
Onions okay.
chicken broth, chicken broth.
Hmm.
And it calls for 2 tablespoons of chili.
Really?
Oh.
And then, it's used as a thickener, then you like gravy, not a lot. Like a couple tablespoons or 3 of that gravy.
Huh.
I'll make that again, and ham.
Use a hand hog.
That's good.
No, this is still the same basket. I don't think we started with that.
No, that's clear down here.
Okay.
Like if I just chop it off the ham hog.
That county basket is pretty full.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. Just cut it up in chunks.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I wasn't creating
No.
issues.
Yeah, this is all the same batch.
My buddy's when he's in, he uses Landfill.
I like some of these too. Go ahead.
My wife made a 7-bean soup. The ingredients, the beans, she made him do it. Oh, that was good.
Yeah, it's definitely.
show you this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something there.
Mine does represent that.
The world slows down, doesn't it?
Well,
You want me to
no,
take this and have stuff to go?
as the construction season slows down.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a Courthouse slip.
Yeah. More deal.
Nope.
Make a big deal about
Spending
Right.
way more money.
I just happened to just do that last week. With two different hotels.
And he may not have
That's
taken
as far as that
the
money.
farm with him too.
Season.
Maybe all we need to do is fax that out to the hotel and they'll reverse
Yeah,
it.
but we need to let them know.
Yeah.
You guys sign on the paycheck.
Let me know what they say too.
Do we have any of those extra cards? Maybe I can
You
take the
just-
card down to them.
I
Because I have one and I gave it to the people and they looked at me and,
Yeah.
I've never seen one of these
Do you
before.
I know we made those special for us.
Put it on there for me.
I did that years ago and they're just kind of handy to have.
Yeah, they are.
It was tough, it was tough. So that card didn't just be, that would make it tax exempt,
Everything we do is enhanced service.
okay.
Gotcha. Vacation.
Saves quite a bit of money.
Should, I'm curious if everybody uses it.
Yeah.
No, it's just general information.
And anytime I go anywhere, I use it.
No.
Well, it was always a pain to try to remember a form. So I took the
Everything here is
state
okay.
and federal one on that. I made one for me, just for me, way back when. Well, then I was talking to, I think Russell at the time in emergency management, he said, we should make some of those with our cards. I was like, that'd be great. So they made them, so we just always have them to give out to people. So they'll carry it in their wallet and not have to,
That saves quite a bit of money.
yeah.
Or leave it to each close sign.
And there, goes in there. So this is,
Should be.
This is the end of the stick.
okay, all
Yep,
right.
here it is.
But you have these, but you gotta be careful, don't have them passed on.
You just need one copy.
Yes.
I'll copy you on the courthouse and see your file. So, yeah.
And this is it. Okay.
But there's nothing in here, so.
Send directly back to you.
There's a dog.
Yeah, don't,
Don't mix those up.
yeah, don't, there you go. That's right. Right.
And there's nothing to sign here. That needs to go together. Okay, this is the end of that basket.
The green book should have signatures, or finishes.
Paper clips stick together. Now, let's just do it
Boot one. Boots.
Mm-hmm. You read them to us?
Oh, here's one.
They're reimbursed.
The way this morning was going?
I know.
Wait till next month in December.
Well, I think I was away when he was reading too.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Maybe is that just once a year or something on the
Yeah.
boots?
$150 for boots, and there's another deal for uniform, I forget what it is, I think, once a year, that's where most of them come in, that's where you run.
Oh,
But we were all
the
done.
weekly deal, or the quarterly? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't think that's too. I haven't ever had a complaint about it, that was an issue.
We need to have.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, but you know, she's got
It
her
was, I didn't know if you wanted it.
papers separate, like the boot vouchers from the credit cards from general,
Different sections.
I haven't worried about that myself.
But they got those check dropped down costs.
It matters to know when that person put them in.
Yeah, they use it for organization.
Yep.
This is the bond money.
Oh, gotcha.
That was fine. I have to watch for that.
Excuse me, I told you about this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Okay, you got the email? Okay, did you get a copy of the bill of sale and the title? Okay. Okay, thank you. Bye. Yeah.
Fine.
It's nice to be able to do that.
Yeah, and it's clear out of crack canvas, so. I think.
And you just.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna leave it out of my email box. You got a copy of it.
Yep, it's shredded in the trash already.
I mean, I emailed it to you.
Oh, you did, okay.
Just so you have it.
Usual. There's no incriminating evidence on it anyway. office. Exactly.
And I know they do truck.
Yeah. For sure. You. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. Right before Texas.
Did you get it?
So I haven't found out.
Oh, I got it.
I've got a different deal whenever they're ready.
Whenever you're
Whenever you're ready.
ready, we can stop signing any given moment.
Alright.
You're busier than we are usually, so.
We're just doing the busy work right now,
Okay, well, with that being said,
All attention, all attention.
so if you remember the grass around the courthouse, the sod,
Mhm.
that was
Yeah.
brought up here a couple weeks ago, and I requested that we get several bids so we could figure out what, wanting to be fiscally responsible like each and every one of you are. I've got 3 bids. We had a bid from Scenic Landscapes, which I think is one you're aware of. That was $8,997. And if I remember the meeting correctly, things pivoted somewhat because originally the sod wasn't the way to go, but after a lengthy discussion here, I think putting sod down made the most sense. So that's the direction I went. So I have 2 additional proposals or quotes. One from Bones Landscape out of Ottawa, and I think they've done work here within the city at different points of time. Their bid is $7,680, which obviously is less than $8,997. And then the third one is a place called Green Touch Lawn and Tree, and I believe they're out of Topeka, but I'm not sure. And they were referred by someone local who we requested a bid from, and their bid is $5,635. If you want the area on the east side just south of the doors, that's an additional $225, and then an island at northwest corner parking entrance, that's an additional $300.
There's not any irrigation there in an island, is there?
Northwest corner? Yes.
There's irrigation in that island?
Mm-hmm. FYI, I guess they were putting in the pipes and trenching pipes, and I noticed that, and I knew we were getting ready to do a handicap ramp for the sidewalk right through that island. So I had met with Barb and Shellers and devised a plan for whoever pours the sidewalk to put a sleeve underneath that sidewalk so that Shellers can finish their irrigation and not be going in there and tearing up something he just put in.
Right.
So
Okay.
I got that remedied, if you will, once I seen the pipe.
Yeah, sounds good.
My understanding, the last one I just read, why it's significantly lower is I think they grow their own sod, is what I believe I was told. So
That's the way it was explained to me as well.
Yeah. So that, each of the bids includes equipment, labor to finish grade, prepare sod bed, install turf type tall fescue sod, topsoil backfill, rough grade, plus or minus an inch, is provided by owner. Sod is guaranteed for a year where an automatic sprinkler system is operational.
So it's guaranteed for a year?
Sod is guaranteed for a year where an automatic sprinkler system is operational.
So that last one was around 6,100, is that right?
If you add the 225 and the 300,
Right.
correct. And so you can each pass them around and look at them. That was,
I guess I haven't paid attention going out of the courthouse here, we've got probably a square footage to the south. Are we sodding that in too?
Well, I don't think it's included in the bid, is it?
Which is really not.
Going straight out of the courthouse, there's probably square footage to the south. You know, we've got probably shrubbery and everything, but is that included in our sod?
I think it's only what was
Disturbed here.
Tell you what, it'd be nice if we had everything south. The square footage would be a lot smaller, it might add a couple $1,000 to it, but there's no,
But I don't think
sprinkler
there's,
system didn't go
I
south
don't
either.
think there's any irrigation system down there.
Yeah, I don't think it is either.
Should be.
You say there should be?
I think so. That's part of it, but I think so.
Go straight,
Everything,
straight east, they did fill in that spot out there where that one tree is or what, and that's south of the entry, so they may be going on south, I don't know. Probably need a little clarification on that.
They tied into that.
yeah, there's sleeves placed underneath all sidewalks that were replaced so that they could tie on and
Keep on going.
keep through and do whatever they needed to do. I guess don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure there's irrigation south of these doors in the courtyard.
It
it
is.
just wasn't torn up as
Correct.
part of the.
Yeah.
So this is the only one, this is the only one that's guaranteed, is that right?
What's the only one that says it?
That's all one said. This has got 1,200 square yards in it. This doesn't have any square yards. This here doesn't have any square yards either. These two say fescue, that say fescue. Can't spell it, probably is. These here's got, some's got fescue salt.
Yeah, this is fescue.
It is fescue too.
It's on the back page, yeah.
No, if it's,
I tell you, there's so much difference
I think
in,
it puts on now.
20, 30, well, all the time.
there's so much difference in fescue anymore, First Not almost specify what type of fescue it is.
There is.
Huh?
There is.
Well, there's some fescue that's really tough. First Not, I bet that's not K31, but I don't know. I don't know, I didn't think it fell to the south there.
Yeah.
I said it wasn't any dirt or stuff there. I hope this is the last of our asphalt for this year.
fuel's taken a big dive. Stations haven't shown that much yet. But rack price on fuel went way down.
Yeah.
And knocked it to 97 cents there one day.
No kidding.
Yeah, but like I say, the
I'd
stations.
say we've got.
Well, the stations haven't shown it yet, you know, because they
I don't
still
like
got.
that.
This includes all equipment and other finish the turf areas, repair the sod pad, install turf, outsource backfill, upgrade parking
So it had room to come down.
General fund stuff.
tractor fill revenue engineers for site preparation, grade smooth, big all.
I'll let that one.
Including,
Uh-huh.
not.
He's not, I would say.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some work in preparation before he comes
Yeah.
in this way.
That guy, that's,
So does this one.
that would include and everything.
He knew that, yes.
Good on.
Oh, yeah.
So on the green tax, we're gonna have to prepare, is that right?
Yeah.
Is what I'm reading.
They already reviewed it.
That's
Yeah,
what,
I've got it.
and the other two are provided.
Provided.
This guy's, we gotta do it.
The cheap one's one we got.
Grade.
It's,
Oh.
that cost is lower because of
I've
that.
already
Yeah.
put it all away.
That's your portion of it,
For that.
for sure.
You guys are, the wages, the
It doesn't look like.
I was looking at that and I didn't see a.
Yeah, I'm putting everything away in my binder going, where's my cover sheet?
It wasn't in there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, and then I blew it off.
Okay, thank you guys.
Yep, thank you.
It doesn't look like there's a comparables there for us to decide.
Well, there's two that are comparable.
Yeah, yeah.
So, right, and the lesser of the two is the one I'm on.
So that one for all of us is, it's a lower price than the other, but it's $1,300. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get
Final grade, yeah, so that's what he said, they would do a final. Labor to finish, grade,
I don't know what this is.
grade the turf areas and to prepare a sod bed and install turf type called fescue sod. Topsoil backfill and rough grade plus or minus an inch shall be provided by the owner.
Which I don't know what that is if he does all that. I don't understand.
Well, he's just gonna, he wants it to be within plus or minus an
That's not
inch.
an inch.
And then he would finish it to make it.
Plus
That's
or minus
what
an inch.
I'm reading.
Okay.
Wonder, you know, they're digging that water ditch out there 15 or 18 inches deep.
Provide all the dirt it needed to create positive drainage.
Wonder how quick it's gonna solid up where you put sod on.
It was pretty close, I thought, got settled a little bit. I just don't wanna get to a point where we're having to buy 2 more loads of dirt or something.
Right.
He's already got it included. The scope of work on it. I'd say it's pretty close.
Motor grade, you have to leave dirt there, unless you have some small segments.
You know, I've never been around any water deals like this, because, you know, that ditch is 18 inches deep or so. How quick's it gonna solid up before you put the sod on it and where it'll stand for? I've never known.
Does it bridge?
The sod?
Yeah, maybe.
Because that dirt on top of that water line, I bet it says 2 inches. You know they're not packing it. I've never been around any sprinklers, so I don't know.
Tractor tiller irrigated areas for sod preparation, grade smooth, and made along all concrete sidewalks and curbs, install fescue. Oh, that's just better.
Person may not want to lay that sod down until spring.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if it's
Give it the
irrigatable.
opposite, give it the opportunity to settle out.
Yeah. Tom's question was, can you cut sod down any time? I think you can as long as you've got irrigation
I think they
capabilities.
were all supposed to be paper clips.
Well, I'd say you probably could at any time, but I think you want that trench pretty well settled out. It'll take a few months for that to happen. Because you know they're not gonna pack that trench.
Yeah.
I've never been around that, and that's.
He did, didn't he? He knows I need to leave.
Got a strategy.
Yeah.
Need a motion to authorize direct chairman to sign these?
I don't think so. Those are just from the properties that
Appraisal
have
properties,
changed.
no changes. I need to do something I'm not supposed to.
Yeah, but I don't think that was you.
Oops. Yes.
There's
Nobody signed it.
no, maybe,
Skip one.
They were stuck together.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them in paper clips. I've separated some of them. Thought I had them all. Apparently not.
Throughout the high, throughout the low, go to middle.
We got a recall from way down the line here.
That's what recall you said?
yeah, recall.
Nobody signed this one.
Send it back.
Oh, they get,
There was a
they
bunch
look
of
like
them.
they were all clipped together.
There you go, Tom.
Maybe you can find another one while you're looking.
Yeah.
Catch for this one, Steve. We can play the catch.
He got it. We would.
So I like staplers. I know that don't work for them.
I sure like steak.
I do too.
Guess we could tell them down there to do it there.
It's probably a little handier when they can take them apart.
Do what?
Who said it's County? Very fine.
Zero point. Yeah. What's the percentage? It's more than 2%. I guess that's including the high one too, isn't it?
Sorry, I had a phone call I had to take.
I assume. Square yardage or nobody else does.
You got more for the
Well, no, you don't, nobody else has those.
I assume everything's right on there. You might have late tech for the 65,000 on BG consultants.
All this construction.
Yeah.
So then bridges.
Yeah.
200 yards.
That'd be those two bridge rollers south of Gridley, I think.
Yeah.
That includes 200 yards.
That's the road adders.
Therapy raised a question that she wanted to be included in that experience. So if you want the northwest corner, it would be
635 or 515, so I find
is that added to this?
Mm-hmm.
Be this plus that. So we're more yet.
Don, what you're asking about that, I don't have an issue with it.
The, 65,000.
I think that,
The 65,000.
Okay.
So this has,
I didn't realize that engineering on that was gonna be, 65, that's 5 or 6% of the cost.
And 635.
Isn't the cost on that thing, I mean, 100, I forget now.
639.
I'd have to read it.
68.
Now, the engineering costs, just those two small bridges, I think. Was it two or three? Two bridges there. Yeah.
asking how much to.
But
They're right close, yeah, I know, I've been over those two bridges for 4 or 5 years, they're not too far apart.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's.
No, they're south and east of it, I think.
Me. What happens if you don't have it prepared? They think it should be prepared. Should be better to have them.
Sure, probably the engineering cost this year.
Yeah, so we're, with their, them being my concern, dissecting these to see what is the best.
where do you get this, is from the,
Sorry.
for the engineer?
Yeah, we just took the assumption that it's those two bridges south, really, you just got to be building.
So,
That should have been done on the first one, go
that's
around.
for, but it doesn't say.
But this stuff,
No, it's a payroll book.
Similar to
well,
what
this should be in
River
the
City.
It should have been in that blue
One of
book.
the projects
It was
that we
not.
have.
It was.
Look, it has Reese Construction and the engineer, and they're both a part of the same, like one of them,
This guy probably doesn't.
And there's a two bridge on there, too.
yeah. But it's a payment voucher to
He
Reese
grows
Construction,
construction.
and it may be, there may be some
It may
engineering.
be,
Okay.
It may be to the engineer, but it's part of the project, it's like a payment voucher.
So this guy, did you say 6,100 with the option?
This should have been in that blue payroll book, but it wasn't, so.
oh, this one.
That was, right.
Oh, the one.
Started on, yeah, before we started the road and bridge stuff. I think I'm correct.
Is that what she needs? What do you have to, Terry?
Oh, just get longevity checks ready.
Okay.
How's that?
Somebody will be happy.
They said that goes in the blue book, well, gotta have weight to it.
This here? Yeah, well, I took the blue book away, it's like, I realized I didn't have it. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Terry.
You're welcome.
Plus here, plus there,
Oh,
then.
you did-
This is 9,568.
Does it mention what type of fescue they're using? Because that could make a difference in part of it. It says fescue.
Well, I mean, one says tall fescue sod,
Probably K31.
and tall fescue sod, two of them are mentioning,
Yeah.
and one's not.
I don't know what those saw people use. K31, but there's so many different varieties now that are better than it is.
Well, yeah.
I think they require more water too,
This
than
is for
K31.
There's a, wherever the
find it.
signature tab
The
is.
green one.
I think.
well, every other new one, something like that.
You know, you get up in that Egerton area, up in there, there's some seed or sod farms up in there.
There are, of course, you've got your 5 weight rescues that entail your farms and K-31s and things. There's several different varieties in one batch.
A lot of varieties.
Yeah.
That's just for Jesse's time.
Yeah, and then there's others back there.
Oh, a bunch of hay up there. Myers turf, East Iris.
Is that right? You've met the man then?
Oh, yeah. I know him.
He's a hoot.
That's
That's
a word for it.
So what Jess and I are discovering is
No, I didn't quite do
low on green touch.
when I was in Ottawa.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
There's a little bit of work provided by owner in it.
For the dirt?
Yes. That's where nobody else is requiring that.
Learning experience for me.
It was a learning experience.
You're gonna wake up pretty early. Get it in here.
But then when you total Bones's with his add-ons, comes up higher than CD's. But his is,
Comes out higher than what that first one was. That first one was 89, well, 9,000 really.
that's where we're at, I guess.
Do you need more information, or?
Well, so is CD including everything that's in Bones's? Like the Northwest Farm, Southwest Farm.
Well, it says here, it says, bid includes preparing all bare dirt areas on north and east side of Courthouse building and covering them with vesting.
All bare areas.
So it's all bare areas on the east and north side, right?
Yeah.
Even the island? Island's bare area too, isn't it?
Well, he's including what he says is actually Phoenix. Unless you get a price from him for us to dump it.
And I can do that,
I don't know.
to include all the
He wants us to have it within one, plus or minus 1 inch
Yeah.
of being ready for sod.
I think they need to prepare it themselves, I think.
He's gonna finish it, but we gotta have it so close already.
Can see if they'd be prepared and adjust their bid.
Right. And the other two,
They're doing all
they're
that.
doing It's all included. right.
It's down there.
Do we need to ask them, laying that sod right on an open trench? Or do we need to ask them if they need to wait for spring to put the sod down?
Yeah, I would ask them about that as well.
I'm not too sure that's a question that had not been asked.
I don't know once the sod is on it, if you would notice it, if it settled a little bit.
That's what I mean.
I don't know that it would settle. Why would it? I guess it would maybe.
Well, it's not real deep, you wouldn't think it settled too much,
Yeah. But
especially with
without,
the rain.
without repacking that in, then get 2 or 3 inches deep. Pardon?
That sod's gonna be that deep, the dirt on, I bet.
When they go around and finish grading it, it should be packed some,
Pack a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a drive.
I wouldn't think those people would saw that if they knew that trench was gonna be an issue. They ought to have the responsibilities of that too. I'll just give that to you. Everything goes in this way.
Is there signatures on this, or is this just?
Yeah, there are places signed for us, there's places not, places
You
not.
just gotta flip through every page.
There's 2 of them there. Okay. Most of these are Jesse's.
ready to fall asleep over there, aren't you, Mark?
It's like there's three of them all.
No, doing all right. Does anybody want emergency management
story?
commission update for October? It was in her email.
Yeah, I read it.
Okay.
So I, Friday night, went to the movies, I haven't been to the movies since COVID. And I could see this movie called Killers of the Flower Moon.
Was it good?
No,
No.
You did good.
I wanna go watch it.
it's 3.5 hours long too. Shelley said she read the book and it's awesome, so I said, I don't know why you'd wanna go if you read the book, but we'll go. So we went. She said the book was way better.
And you still don't know why you should want it, right?
I mean, it's a good story, it's a heck of a story, but
So this all goes in here, right? And this goes
Very.
on top of this.
kind of saddening really what they did to them Indians.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
You want me to
Indians.
put this in here or just?
Wow,
This needs to.
it was boring. That was 3.5 hours of my life, and another 3.5 hours of my life was sitting in a football
Andy,
stadium.
this goes to
Till the
the.
afternoon while it was drizzling
Thank
and
you.
cold. Watching the game go
While we're waiting.
south on the opponents real bad.
Just checking your physical endurance.
Yeah, well, Pittsburgh wound up beating Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 55-6. Told my granddaughter, I said, the game's kind of over. She said, no, there's still time left. I'm like, no, it's 55-6.
45
There's
points.
no time.
They can
It's not like the band members, they all get out their keys and warm up the bus, warm up the bus.
They can still play beyond that 45 point as long as both athletic directors make a decision prior to the kickoff.
On call, what was that? It was high school?
College. Pitt State.
They do that at Pitt State? They do a run rule on Pitt State, on colleges?
No,
Oh, just high school?
just high school. Well, I think that's correct. In Kansas, it's just just high school. They can go ahead and play beyond the 45 points. The athletic director got a rule on.
Are they?
Yeah, it's,
Inside?
yep, endurance weekend.
Wind up your
I've got it set. It's a game, it's a bet on which, how many minutes?
30 minutes.
Oh, good. Lord.
Holy moly, that.
Oh, you're going in for executive session? Oh,
You gotta kick it
for
on
real?
at 5
I
o'clock,
thought he
yeah.
was joking.
I'm telling you, when Jesse and Wade are gone, these are short meetings.
Okay,
Should
you
get back
said
and special
30
there
minutes?
together.
He said 30 minutes.
Bad combination.
Myself, the board, attorney-client, to discuss potential litigation regarding a county contract / agreement.
Regarding,
Second.
When he asked for 30 minutes, he didn't stutter.
He didn't stutter a bit. Actually, he said it twice.
Yeah. I thought he was joking for a minute. No, he's not joking.
and Steve, you seconded?
Yes, ma'am.
You said to discuss potential litigation regarding what, please?
Regarding a county contract, agreement / agreement.
Okay.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. I will enter at 3:08.
Had runners move to it.
3:08. Enter 3:08. That'll give us plenty of time to stretch our legs.
Things on.
I gotta go get grease, so I'll be back hopefully you're done.
Okay. We'll be here.
See you, Mark.
This is.
Again?
That is pretty
Look
good.
at that.
No action.
Yeah.
The 30 minutes was right on the money, just for the record.
Ding, ding, ding. You're out of there.
Wade quit talking and the timer went off.
Which is the first, right?
Yeah. Any more roundtable? Anything else?
Not for today.
Save it for next week. Well, if nobody has anything else, we will adjourn at 3:40 PM. Flip the switch.
Well, I have to say, for all you had going on, you did pretty